said to Stupid, you look like you could use a friend. And Stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then Stupid said to Evil, how does this friendship work? And Evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So Stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And Evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Well, Evil saw that Stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while Stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well ain't it nice to have fun around. His eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit, and his friends were all in jail, and he lost all of his rights, and the people were divided, and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape.
Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Soto-Escalera. Let me just make sure my audio is okay. Let's see here. Hope everybody's doing okay. Happy Friday to those that are watching us live. All right, audio seems good. All right, so we had closing arguments are going to happen today. We had the jury instructions yesterday. Both parties agreed that they wanted to take the break. That's why they didn't do closings as well yesterday. So let me get us into court. Let me get myself set up here. So we are ready to rock and roll here. Looks like they're bringing in Jose. There he comes. Trixie, you see a kitty on my right shoulder? Let's see. Yes, there are two up there. Oh, over here. There's one over here. Can you see this one? I don't think you can see that one. Hold on, let me open this up. Yes, got a kitty there. Got a kitty right down here. Got a couple kitties up there. Good morning, Mike. How are you? Joni, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Fur Baby's mom. Hello, hello. Hector's mom. Hello to you. Virtuous, good to see you. Good morning. Mary saying good morning. Sparkling Princess, he was not in chains. Yeah, maybe he's got a shock belt or something like that. Jennifer, good to see you. Phyllis, hello, hello. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Trixie, you see one in the hammock? Yes. Yeah, right there. That's Houdini. Oh, up here. Oh, you see the two up there. See him up there? I'll do a full screen. That's baby number 1, number 2. Yeah. That's Riker and Fed up there, and I have Sid right here. My little baby said. That's a good girl. All right. I am surrounded by kitties. Kitties. All right. So, yes, yesterday they did yesterday they did the charging instructions, the jury instructions, and both parties agreed that they did not want to do closings as well. They needed the break. The state says it's been a long 3 weeks and we wanted the break, so the judge gave them the break. And the state rested, defense rested, they didn't even have a case, and then jury instructions. So today they're going to do closing arguments, which both sides think will take less than an hour. And actually, the defense was like, well, if it takes more than an hour, we're doing something wrong, or something to that effect, which was an odd thing to say, but that's what was said. All right, let me pull up my notes. Let's see, let me grab my notes here. Let's see. Just give me a moment. And let's see, Jose Escalera. All right. Notes from yesterday. Oh yeah, they played some more audio and from his him driving his truck, talking to Eric. So that wasn't as the first time. The first couple of recordings they played, I thought were a lot worse. But this one, let's see, yesterday. Let's see, it was Rose Rosario testified. She was the one that was testifying in Broward County the day before. So let's see. He's talking about they have my prints. Oh yeah, don't use those gloves. They have my prints right here, bro. We can throw it out. You know, we'll do it inside with trash. Let's see what else. You don't have any message from her? No, there's none of that. Eric's like, I could have done it. Did she have any money? Eric asks him. He said, I didn't have any time for that. Did she have a purse? If they find her now, she's not missing. What did she die of? So they will put her in a box and she disappears like that. Jose says, I already took 2 baths, cleaned myself. I had blood. He had gloves. No one saw the bag. Eric asked him, did you see the blood? He said, I had it all over the clothes. And then, what's for dinner? I'm thinking pizza. Literally, he just changes. All right, looks like we got
you wave it.
Some action here.
You want the bathroom break at that point? Yeah, it's probably going to be about 10:45 or 11 o'clock at that time anyway. It'd be appropriate time for the jurors for a restroom break. Any other issues to address before we get started? We'll go off the record just waiting for do you want them to fill out their menus?
Did I get my errands done yesterday? Yes. Yep. I went to the post office. Also did some shopping. So yes, thank you. Eric is in Connecticut, I believe, on robbery charges. But Sparkling Princess, yeah. He seems like he should be. I agree with that. Directed verdict is when the judge says there wasn't enough evidence, and they're going to basically throw the charges out. Debbie Blair, good morning to you. Verdict watch start 12:15. Verdict read 12:35. Ed says, "Yeah, this may be one of those trials that it's pretty quick." Good morning to you, Debbie. They did go over the jury instructions, and there were count 1, first degree of Tania. So they have to prove 1, Tania is dead. 2, her death was caused by Jose. 3, it was premeditated. So then count 2 is first degree of the little baby Josiah. I think Josiah, I believe his name was. So again, Jose caused his passing by getting rid of Tania. 2, getting rid of Tania was first degree from the count 1. Then there are some lessers. So second degree. So they can, if they don't find him
One thought I had, and I don't want to sound presumptuous, I really don't, but I think it's prudent we address this issue at this time. When we do send back the jury to deliberate, 4 alternates are going to be temporarily released, conditionally released on if there is a second phase. So it's probably behooves us to think about when we would start that. Monday or Wednesday?
We request Wednesday, Judge, so that we can get everybody flown in.
What do you think?
might need later than Wednesday, Judge. This might be more of an issue that we could handle this morning.
Okay.
Maybe it should be better addressed once the jury goes out. I see that my investigator is here who is going to help corral the Connecticut witnesses. I think he will have some information for the court.
Okay.
So it might take more than just a handful of minutes.
Okay.
And it might end up with us asking for a later date than Wednesday.
Well, then I could say at least Wednesday.
Yes,
The default
correct.
position would be Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'll be open-minded, play that by ear. Of course, I'd love to wrap this up if that does happen next week, because after that, I've got dockets that would need to be covered dramatically by other judges, which if that has to happen, that has to happen. Also, the longer we go, the more we risk unavailability of jurors too. But that helps me to say if you do return, it will be at least Wednesday.
Judge, what, I'm sorry.
Tuesday's a holiday. Yeah.
I've never done this before, but what happens if in penalty phase, one of the jurors goes wayward?
One of the actual jurors.
Yes, sir.
The alternates are going to be coming back and sitting through the entire penalty phase, so they're alternates for the penalty phase.
Okay,
too.
so they stay.
I
Okay.
keep them under the rules about communication, the media, and so forth. So they're alternates for a penalty phase as well, if there is one. Yeah, which is why I need to know when, to tell them that. And that's one of the questions they usually have to explain that to them. If there is a penalty phase, you're an alternate for that too. So even more reason why we appreciate you being here. And that's part of the reason. But the good news is y'all elected to have 4, which is the most I've ever used. But that gives you extra insurance if you do wind up having a longer delay.
I can't see how any other procedure could be adopted yet, of course. It permits the possibility of an alternate who did not concur in the verdict participating in the penalty phase.
But that's not problematic legally because we do so many resentencings.
Right.
Oh, it's true.
Same thing, just years between instead of days. We do so many of those. And the jurors are still filling out their questionnaires? Oh, their lunch menu request. That's a Freudian slip questionnaire, given what we did for 2 weeks. All right, we'll go off the record awaiting that.
So they're waiting for the jury because they're filling out their their lunch request. Yeah, Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah, Florida's judicial circuits will be closed. It's a common holiday in Florida. Holiday schedules can vary by county. It's not a federal holiday, but it is. Apparently, it is for the 12th. So they're recognizing Rosh Hashanah here at this court. So they may not start Monday. They're off on Tuesday. They may start on Wednesday. Defense said they have to fly some people in. They have to fly in witnesses. So that would be, if he's found guilty, then they go into the penalty phase. And penalty, it's pretty much a new trial, right? So they bring in witnesses and all that stuff. So the defense says they have to fly in witnesses. Yarn work, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So the defense might be concentrating more on penalty phase. Yes, Rosh Hashanah is going to be observed in Florida on Tuesday. Tammy, good morning to you. Good to see you. So we're going to get to closing arguments. And again, if they start at 9, each side takes an hour. That gets us to 11. Judge was just saying that would be a good time for bathroom, a comfort break, if you will. Yarn work. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Golden Girl, hello to you. Itty bitty, good morning, good morning, good morning. Iowa Backyard, TGIF, indeed. Willow, turkey and cheese on rye light mayo lettuce, and tomato with pickles on the side. That's going to be your lunch request. Tammy, so stoked it's Friday. Yeah, you guys, we have a great weekend. Saturday night, we're going to be on Florida PI Sam's channel, her stream. We're going to be recapping Sunny Bell. So if you guys don't know, Sam was part of the team that was representing Andrew Thompson. So any kind of questions you have, I have questions from you guys from our chat. I'm going to be asking her. If you guys have any other questions, absolutely join us. Saturday, Florida PI Sam, 8:15 at night. So it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. If you guys have any questions, bring them. Bring your questions Saturday night. Kathleen, good morning to you. Donna, has the defendant been incarcerated all this time? Yes. Yes. Then the week after, that'd be next week. So if they find him guilty now, they go straight into penalty, which would be next week. Be sure to post the link. Absolutely. Let's see here. I can get it right now. What we should do is we'll put something on our community page. All right, here's Florida PI Sam, and it's going to be Saturday at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. So here's the link, you guys. So 8:15 Saturday, Sunny Bell. We're going to be recapping Sunny Bell. Sam was part of the team that was representing Andrew Thompson. I have a bunch of questions for her based on a lot of your questions as you guys were watching, and we're going to be showing. She's going to be showing stuff that like actual
juror
evidence and stuff.
Bassa or Busa, seat number 6, who is not an alternate juror, just wrote me a note. Judge, for an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. My son was expelled from his school yesterday, so I would like to be an alternate juror if possible, so I can work on I think that word is personal, but it's very odd. Home with my son. You can look at the note in case I'm not reading her handwriting correctly, but I think that's what it says. It says Christine Busa, 19th, 2025.
That's the juror that's been sitting on the ground?
Correct. Do you want me to bring her in so we can inquire as far as whether she can continue to concentrate on the trial, given that situation with her son being expelled?
Yeah, I know we're in favor of, I think, possibly keeping her.
What does the defense want? Do you want me to inquire of her?
Can we have just 1 minute? Judge?
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
The expulsion of the son is the reason why she cannot continue?
She wants to be, for an alternate, I'm just verbatim, for an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. Just kind of old English, because the verb is at the end. For an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. My son was expelled from his school yesterday, so I would like to be an alternate juror if possible, so I can work on personal hardships at home with my son.
Well, and I wonder also, once she hears the schedule, that we're She's gonna have Monday off, she's gonna have Tuesday off.
Correct.
And then also, the alternates are supposed to come back all next week anyways.
Correct.
I
It
don't
may
know
not
if
be a
saves
problem.
her or anything.
It may not be a problem for her, but you want to, I'll bring her in, you can inquire. Or I can inquire and then allow you to ask questions if you want.
We'll defer to the defense.
My concern is, just neutrally, my concern is it's on her mind and she's writing a note before the closing arguments. That's my concern, to whether it's a distraction.
So he wishes to swap places with alternate number one. I mean, is that what we would do?
Who is alternate number one?
Alternate number one is. Well, I wasn't considering really granting that request to make her an alternate. We could, if you all agreed to do that, we could.
No, we don't agree, Judge.
Right. So do you want me to inquire of her?
Yes.
The state does. Does the defense want to inquire of her?
We don't want to inquire of her, Judge. I mean, again, I don't know that, I don't think it saves her any time. She's still going to be forced to be here as an alternate.
True, although the state's suggestion might be correct in that once I tell her the schedule, she may feel better, she may be more able to concentrate on your arguments,
Yes, sir.
especially leaving her on the jury. Let's bring in Ms. Booth. If there is a penalty phase, it would begin at least on Wednesday, so she would have that time to do that.
That's correct, Judge. That
Okay.
would be correct.
I do intend to ask her, though, to be sure, is this a distraction for you? Can you still give the case 100% attention? All right, good morning, Ms. Booth. Seat. Got your note, discussed it with the lawyers, and wanted to tell you what the other jurors don't know. If there is a penalty phase in the case, if there is a penalty phase, it would start at least on Wednesday. It might even be later than Wednesday, but that would give you, with your son.
Yes, that gives me time on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Exactly. Does that help you?
That does.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And you could continue to focus 100% on the case.
Yes.
Very good. If you proceed back to the jury room, I'm glad that helps you. All right, so I'm going to make this Court's Exhibit 2, the juror note. And we're good with that. And have they filled out their Chick-fil-A menus?
I Jim handed them to them.
Okay.
Did they fill out their menus too?
They're ready to go? You all ready for the jury to start?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
All right, so that scheduling does help Juror. That she's going to be with her son. So it sounds like they're going to start, the earliest they're going to start is Wednesday. They may not even start until Thursday. But that's going to give her at least those 2 days, possibly 3 days to be with her son. So, but she said she can concentrate on closing arguments today. And Chick-fil-A, yes, they're doing they're filling out their Chick-fil-A requests.
Coming in.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I have instructed you on the law at this point. You're about to hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. I want to reiterate to you something I told you at the beginning of the trial before we even started with the opening statements. What the lawyers say to you in their opening statements and their closing arguments is not evidence. The evidence at this time is closed, but the closing argument serves a different purpose than the opening statement. It allows the attorneys to argue the case to you or sum up the evidence, as it's sometimes referred to. They're going to be commenting on the evidence that's in the record that you've heard already, and you've decided, as far as which you're going to decide what the actual evidence of this case is in order to persuade you to see the case from their perspective. Each side will have equal time, but the state, as the plaintiff with the burden of proof, is allowed to divide its time between an opening closing argument, if you will, and a rebuttal closing argument, if you will, after the defense attorney has spoken. And the state may proceed with its closing argument. Thank you.
Think back to jury selection, and we asked the same question of everybody here. And that was, if you're selected as a juror on this case, can you keep your word and follow the law? Remember that?
Yeah.
Can you keep your word and follow the law? Nothing matters more. If you had given us any indication that you couldn't do that, you wouldn't be here today. Nothing matters more. So that begs the question, well, what's the law? What's the law? Well, here it is. This is what the judge told you yesterday, and it's what is within the jury instructions that you're going to get back with you. So these are the elements of the two crimes that we have. So first, and it's very straightforward, Tania Wise is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Jose Soto-Escalera, and there was a premeditated killing of Tania Wise. So the period of time, and the law defines premeditation. Now I'm going to give you the full instruction here in a few minutes, but focus in on this. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. And then there's going to be another question on the verdict form, which is, was a weapon used? Okay, very, very straightforward. Next, first-degree murder of an unborn child. Jose Soto-Escalera caused the death of the unborn child, Tania Wise, by killing Tania Wise. His killing of Tania Wise was first-degree murder, and an unborn child is exactly what you would think. And so now we get into the evidence of the case, right? So anytime you're looking at a case like this, you're looking at some broad themes. The broad themes, number one, you want to look at motive, right? Never an element. Motive is never an element for any crime. However, it's highly relevant, right? Highly relevant evidence, never a motive. Next, you have opportunity, right? Was there an opportunity for this defendant to commit these crimes? And next, and perhaps most significant, is intent, right? We gotta prove intent. One, that it was an intentional killing, and number two, that not only was it an intentional killing, but it was done with premeditation. And so, when you look at all this evidence, you gotta be sure to look at it through the lens of reasonable doubt and through the objective lens of the jury instruction, the law, right? We're not here to be swayed by our emotions. We use our brains that we have, and we view things through the law with critical analysis. So, and remember, the starting point is common sense, right? We never forget, we never throw out our common sense here in the middle of a jury trial. And the starting point is this. People who have nothing to hide have no reason to lie, right? People who have nothing to hide have no reason to lie. Remember, as the jury in the case, you are the fact finders. You are the fact finders. You figure out what evidence is credible and what is not. Who told the truth and who didn't. Only you can answer that. Only you can answer that. Who told the truth? So first, we start with this. Here we are, Jose Soto-Escalera. He's sitting there, August 25th, 2018, and And he's being interviewed by Detective Newman and Detective Cannon. And this is what he says.
Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did. What do you mean? No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like, God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her? No? Never had sex with her? And to God.
Okay. That was his statement 2 days after the homicide of Tania Wise and her unborn child, right? Here he is, he's talking to Detective Newman, and that's what he says. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. Weighing the evidence instruction, we all talked about it in jury selection. How do we figure out who's telling the truth and who's not? Here it is, right here. One of the questions, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? In other words, was it confirmed and corroborated, meaning that it's truthful? Or is there evidence that contradicts it, meaning that it's false? Well, remember what Wayne Walker testified to. He testified that the probability of Jose Soto-Escalera being the parent of the unborn child Josiah is 99.9999999%. Right? So right there, we have him, the defendant, flatly contradicted by the DNA evidence in the case. So we have him lying, okay? But to be clear, that doesn't make him a murderer, right? That doesn't make him a murderer. He's lying, but that doesn't make him a murderer. But he's lying in the middle of a criminal investigation. He's lying in the middle of a criminal investigation. So what else do we have? What else suggests that this defendant had the motive to kill Tania and her unborn child? Well, as you recall, we have the defendant's statements all the way back to August 21st of 2018. Norma Campos from the FBI testified to this. Remember, the crime happens on August 23rd, 2018. So here we are, 2 days later, session 3 of 39, and here's the defendant talking to Eric Alvarado, his nephew, and what does he say? She's pregnant from that little a-hole that works there. She says it's mine, supposedly. I can't take any chances. I can't take any chances. I lose everything. I'm going to blow her brains out so she doesn't talk. I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I am going to lose everything. If there's some concern about who's saying what during these videos, well, we know who said it. There's only 2 guys in the truck. I have to do it, Eric. This comes directly from the words of that defendant, Jose Soto-Escalera. Comes directly from his mouth. I'm going to lose everything. And then he goes on, if my wife found something like that out, oh my God, bro, I lose everything, bro. I lose everything. Remember, as we discussed in jury selection, our lives are a reflection of our choices, right? Our lives are a reflection of our choices. He chose to do this. He chose to do these crimes. On August 21st, 2018, you see the genesis of this plan. He chose to do these crimes. Had he simply been accountable, would we even be here today? So we know he has a motive. We know he has the motive now because it comes directly from the horse's mouth. Did he have an opportunity to commit these crimes? Did he have an opportunity to commit these crimes? Okay, so because somebody can have a motive to kill somebody, but again, that doesn't make him a murderer, right? So we got to look next to whether he had an opportunity. So then we have Agent Kelly D.P. Trantonio from the FBI, and she comes in and she testified, and she said, listen, I took the cell phone data from both of the phones of the defendant and the phone of the victim that she was using at the time. So we have the defendant right here. This is his home on Southwest Cactus, and at 8:11 we have him right there. Okay, well that makes sense. I mean, he's at his own house, right? So the question is, remember, what's corroborated and what's not, right? So the question is, how do we know that the FBI agent was accurate? Or how do we know that her testimony was accurate? Well, if you recall, yesterday we called two witnesses that were very, very quick, right? Two witnesses very, very quick. We had a witness who was a neighbor of the defendant and a witness who was a neighbor of the victim, right? And they came in, they were maybe 5 or 10 minutes long each. And you got to think, man, you know, geez, that was quick testimony. Maybe it wasn't that important. Well, it turns out it was incredibly important. Why do I say that? Because what they said in the videos that they were able to produce confirms and corroborates Kelly's analysis. Why do I say that? Well, because here we are on Southwest Cactus, next door neighbor, we see a truck leaving at 8:11, which is within the time frame that Kelly was able to find, right? She was able to find these times and these geolocations at that time in her analysis. Well, why is that important? Because take a close look at this truck, and what do you see there? You see a fog light, right? Keep that fog light in the back of your mind. Keep that. I want to return to that fog light, but we can clearly see a fog light right there. Just file that away for a second. And then we go up to Tania's home, right? And here we are at Tania's home, and Elizabeth Bedolla, the mother of Tania, the grandmother-to-be of Josiah, and what does she say? She's the last person to see Tania alive. She says around 8 p.m. or maybe shortly thereafter, right? So she's the last person to see Tania alive. Important witness. And what does she say? Remember, Agent Kelly's testimony, 2 phone calls were made that provided sufficient data for the phone's geolocation to be determined in a more precise manner, right? Because in 2018, we have the cell phone data. It's not what it is today. Can it give it puts us in the ballpark. It's not 100% accurate. Nothing is. But we do have very good data. And at 8:25, who is talking to Tania Wise? That would be a good question. Who is the victim talking to? Who is the victim talking to shortly before her death? Who is she with? The defendant. Right? The defendant. He makes these 2 phone calls, or actually one to him and one from her at 8:25. At 8:25, and that puts the defendant at her house. So he's calling her. Not only is he calling her, but he's right there at her home. He's right there at her home, right? And the question that I would have is, wait a second, if this defendant had nothing to do with these murders, right? If he had nothing to do with these murders, then why is he at her home? And why is he making phone calls to her right after Elizabeth Bedolla saw her leave that house? And so again, wait a second, but we need corroboration, right? We need corroboration. How do we know that Agent Kelly is right about this? How do we know that this is accurate or not? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the neighbor of Tania, we pulled her in. And guess what? Surveillance video from their house. What does it show? At 8:26, we see a truck leaving Larchmont Lane. Right there. Right there. So now, not only are we confirmed and not only does the phone data show us that these people are together having spoken to each other and having been at the right places, but the video surveillance data flatly confirms and corroborates the video surveillance flatly confirms and corroborates the phone data. So we know that they were together at the time, and we know that that truck, the defendant's truck, was used in this crime. Not anybody else's, the defendant's truck. How do I know that? How do we know that? What other evidence confirms and corroborates that the defendant's truck and no one else's was used in this crime? Here's one. Do you remember William Muller? Right? And it's easy to get caught up in this case because the state, we've provided multiple expert witnesses. We've had DNA folks, we've had translators, we've had a guy that did tire impressions, all this lengthy testimony, and it's easy to overlook somebody who takes a stand for 15 minutes, right? He was on there for 15 minutes day one. And it's easy to overlook somebody like that. But man, his testimony was incredibly important. Why do I say that? Because what is William Mullen doing? He lives in Vero and he's driving home. He's driving back and forth from home and work on the night of the homicide, right? August 23rd, 2018, late at night, he sees a silver full-size truck. His testimony was he sees a silver full-size truck on Russos Road, which is your crime scene. Right? He has no idea who these people are, but he sees that truck. And what does he see? It caught his attention because the truck turned on its fog lights, and he thought it was odd. That's what he testified. He just thought it was odd. He turns on these fog lights, right? And he just thought it was odd. And so he makes a mental note of it, right? He makes a mental note of it. The truck, he sees the truck, drives slowly off, and then he goes home. And what does he say? When he returns the next day, he's on the same route. He drives by and he sees a crime. He sees all kinds of sheriff's officers, sheriff's deputies, and a crime scene unit. And he comes to them and he says, "Hey, I don't know if this is important or not, but this is what I saw. I saw a silver truck, and it was odd because it turned its fog lights on." Okay. Somebody who doesn't know anybody. He's a completely independent witness, and he's simply telling you what he saw, right? First question, do you have any reason to doubt that testimony? Is there any reason to disbelieve William Mullen? And the next question is, he also, remember, he had a chrome wheel, so he was right on that. The next question is, how do we know that it's the same Dodge Ram? Well, here's the defendant's truck as it was being searched at a search warrant. Here's a truck that leaves the defendant's home at 8:11 p.m. that night. We see fog lights that match. We see that it was a four-door truck that matches, and we can also see the chrome on the wheels. William Mullen was right. William Mullen was right on the money. William Mullen is confirmed and corroborated every which way to Sunday. He was absolutely right. So now we know that the defendant not only had a motive, now we know that he had the opportunity. In part 3, now we know that his vehicle was involved in this crime. Well, how do we know that? Remember, both of the phones are together near the crime scene based on the data from Agent Kelly. What's happening here? Both of these phones are moving together first, which is significant. They're both together, and they're both moving north from Tania's residence to the crime scene of Johnson and Russos. Significantly, the defendant's statement on August 25th, 2018 to Detective Newman was what? They asked him, you remember what he said? He said, "Oh no, I wasn't up there. I was off Selvets Road in Port St. Lucie, right? I was off Selvets Road in Port St. Lucie when this went down. And we know that just like his story about not having sex with Tania, just like his story, we know that that's flatly refuted by the objective phone data in this case. So now we're up to two significant lies. He lied about his motive, and he lied about opportunity. Now we start taking a very, very close look at Jose Soto-Escalera as the person who murdered a pregnant woman. Why would the defendant lie about his location on the night of a double murder? If he had nothing to do with this, if he had nothing to do with these crimes, why is he lying about this? Right? Why is he lying about this? And then the next question is, well, wait a second, okay, let's say you're very cynical and you say, okay, wait a second, I need some scientific evidence to back this up, all right? I mean, I need some scientific evidence. Is there any scientific evidence that implicates this defendant? Well, of course there is. Of course there is. What do we have? August 31st, 2018. They go and they swab the front passenger side headrest of the silver Dodge Ram. And what do they find? What do they find on the front passenger side headrest of the defendant's silver truck? Tania Wise's DNA. Okay. Tania Wise's DNA. What else do we find? If he had nothing to do with these crimes, if he's innocent, what's her blood doing in his car? What else do we find? Okay, here we go. Exhibit 29, a section of carpet. They took that out on September 24th. The major contributor, Tania Wise. Tania Wise. So now not only do we know, now we've established motive, now we've established opportunity, and now we've established that this truck was involved in the crime. Tania was not strangled, right? Tania was the victim of a brutal murder, whereas Dr. O'Neill testified a substantial loss of blood was a result of a crush injury to her head and a sharp force injury to her neck, 2 sharp force injuries. There would have been a significant amount of blood, and some of it ended up in his vehicle. Okay, so now let's take a look at intent, right? So now we have motive, we have opportunity. Now let's take a look at intent. Did he intend to kill her? And then if the answer to that is yes, was this a premeditated killing? So again, here is what the judge is going to tell you, or already told you, I'm sorry. This is the full and complete definition of premeditation. It's killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between. There must be enough time to allow reflection by the defendant. And think back to jury selection. We had all talked about the stoplight, right? And we had all agreed, yeah, during that, when your foot goes from the in that no man's land, and you make the call as to whether or not you're going to push the brake or whether or not you're going to push the accelerator and go through and see if you can beat the stoplight, that's a premeditated act. You are making a deliberate, conscious choice. Remember, it's a choice that we make. We make thousands of them every day, some good, some bad. That's a choice that we make. And this choice is done with premeditation. So we don't have, in this case, we don't have seconds worth of premeditation. We have days worth of premeditation. Remember the testimony from the FBI translator, from both translators. We have days worth of testimony. And let's not forget Kenneth Barron. Kenneth Barron, if you recall, he was another one of those witnesses that was about 15 minutes long, right? And Kenneth Barron is working at Waste Pro, and he's a garbage truck driver along with this defendant. And he had known him for years. And Kenneth Barron's testimony was interesting because what does he say? He says, listen, that defendant who I've known for years approached me 2 to 4 weeks prior to these murders. Not 2 to 4 days, not 2 to 4 hours, 2 to 4 weeks prior to these murders. And he starts asking him about a ghost gun, right? He's asking about a ghost gun. He wants an unprovable or untraceable gun. And you got to stop and ask yourself, why would anybody want such a thing, right? What's the point of having a gun that cannot be traced back to you, right? Why would he discuss this? Okay, there could be many reasons. I'll concede that. There could be many reasons. He could just be running his mouth. But it could have some nefarious intent. But let's just keep that. It's a piece of the puzzle. Is it going to carry the day? No, it's not going to carry the day. But it's a piece of the puzzle. It gives you some insight into this defendant's mind in the weeks leading up to the murder of a pregnant woman. That's what it does. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the words of the defendant himself. All right? Let's take a look at what he said. At what he said that he was going to do. What he said that he had done. The starting point is Norma Campos and Rose Rosario. Norma has worked with the FBI for many, many years. Rose Rosario has done the same thing in a private capacity. So both of these folks are highly experienced, and they spent a considerable amount of time making sure that the translations that they gave to you in court were accurate, right? That's what their job is. They wanted to make sure it was accurate. I think Norma said she spent, I want to say 57 hours or something along those lines, 51, a significant amount of time. I think Rose said hers was over 100, okay? So these people have spent a whole lot of time making sure that they're putting out a good work product. So the question is, do you believe it? Do you believe it? Have you been given any evidence or any legitimate reason to doubt what they told you? No. Right? No. So then we turn to that. We turn to August 21st. So here we are, 2 days before the homicide, right? 2 days before the homicide. And we see the defendant start to develop this plan, right? He starts to develop this plan. And here we are in session 3. I've already prepared her well. I told her that there are some people that want to pay her because, and it goes unintelligible. And she asked me, will you go with me because I don't know them? I told her, yeah, I'll go. Throw me a couple of bucks my way. So he's organizing, he's convincing her to do this, what we can only surmise is some kind of a sexual encounter with strange men. I mean, that's what it is. And he says, you know what I'm saying? I have to find a spot and dump her there. You know what I'm saying? She has threatened another guy. The guy is giving her money. That bee is nasty. She plays like a man, right? So here we are. He's concocting this plan to lure Tania by creating this circumstance where she can obtain some money. Where did he take her? Do you recall? Where did he take her? He takes her to an isolated location on the defendant's trash route. He didn't kill her in the middle of Port St. Lucie. He didn't find a place where there are a bunch of witnesses. He made sure that there would be no cameras. He took her out to a desolate area late at night where he knew no one would be around. And that's where he killed her. And he got her there by that plan. he was able to execute that plan. And then he continues on in session 4. He's talking about the planning. He says to Alvarado, you can't prove anything if no one saw it. I was thinking of taking her to some field nearby the route, meaning the trash route. Right? I was thinking of taking her to some field near the trash route. Do you know where I go? When she'd go in there, she'd disappear for a couple of days. She does that. She disappears for 2 or 3 days. She always does that. And I'll take her phone and I'll throw it away, and I'll throw it away or I'll burn it. They can't do anything there. I have everything planned out. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a sufficient time to allow for reflection? This is not some spur-of-the-moment killing. This is not a bar fight that got out of control. This was a carefully orchestrated plan to execute a pregnant woman. Why? Because he didn't want his wife to find out that she had impregnated her. This is the very definition of premeditation. The day of the homicide, August 23rd, 2018, session 17 of 39. What does he say? It gets worse. The shit is over now. Now I have the location. So he's settled on the location. He knows it's going to be on his trash route, an area that he's familiar with, right? An area that he's familiar with. We put her in there and that's it. Or we hit her and drag her and she won't be able to move. Now that is an interesting statement. Why? Because it squarely corroborates what Dr. O'Neill testified to. And he said, well, wait a second, how does him running his mouth corroborate with Dr. O'Neill? Right? Remember, she's the medical examiner in this case. How do we know that he actually executed his plan? He's not just running his mouth. Well, here's how you know. Because Dr. O'Neill testified that there were 3 significant injuries here that caused death, each in and of themselves sufficient to cause death. Meaning, he hit her in the head with what she described as a heavy instrument, right? This was blunt force trauma. It caused a crush injury to her head, a skull fracture that led to brain swelling, and it incapacitated her. And what did she say? It caused her to vomit. What did they, when they found Tania's body, what was lying underneath her face? Vomit. He hit her in the head so hard that it incapacitated her. It was the result of blunt force trauma. So now we know, based on the statements that he provided, coupled with Linda's testimony, Dr. O'Neill's testimony, now we know the sequence of the blows, right? Now we know the sequence. So in other words, he didn't slice her neck and then hit her in the head. No. This was an orchestrated plan. We know that he was saying this several hours before he killed her. He had a plan in effect, and he carried it out. He hit her in the head with a heavy object, which incapacitated her. She probably fell on the ground, and then he gets behind her and slices her neck, not once, but twice. And what did Dr. O'Neill say? She said that the wounds were so deep that they came very, very close to her spinal cord. Now, I'm not going to show you those photos. I'm not going to show you those awful photos. They're in evidence, and you can take them back and look at them in deliberations if you want. I'm not going to make you look at them again. But I'm sure you remember that testimony. And again, all of these wounds were done with such force that they were able to cause death in and of themselves. This also suggests 2 different weapons, right? 2 different weapons were used. The hilt of a knife is not heavy enough to cause this crush injury. The hilt of a knife is not sufficient enough to do that. That means he had 2 weapons. What does that tell you about his plan? What does that tell you about his intent? He armed himself ahead of time, not with 1 weapon, but with 2. This is not a bar fight, ladies and gentlemen. This was a carefully thought out plan to execute Tania Wise, to make sure that his wife wouldn't find out about his own son in her womb. August 24th, 2018. How do we know that it wasn't Eric Alvarado? Holy cow. Let's take a look. He's taking steps to conceal these crimes. The defendant, since she disappears like that for a couple of days, remember, he said the same thing the day before, right? This is part of his plan. No one is going to be looking for her. That's what he says. No one's going to be looking for her. No one cares about Tania. That's what he said. No one cares about her. I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. I bathed. This morning I bathed. I cleaned my hands with the cleaner, the one for the brakes. So we know, based on Dr. O'Neill's testimony, that this would have been an extremely bloody crime scene. And what is he doing? Again, he is carrying out his plan to make sure that he gets away with this. He doesn't want to be caught. Who would? He's trying to get away with this. So what's he do? He not only is he showering as anybody would, he had to have been a bloody wreck when he got home, but what's he doing? He's cleaning his hands, not just with palm olive, he's cleaning his hands with brake cleaner. And then he goes on and says, because I had gloves and everything just in case. Right? So not only did he think about this plan, not only did he bring her out to an isolated area away from everybody, not only did he arm himself with not 1 but with 2 weapons, not only did he do that, but he had gloves and everything just in case. This was not a spur-of-the-moment homicide. And remember Detective Newman's testimony from yesterday. Again, another one of those witnesses that came up. He's about 5 minutes long. Remember what he said? He said, listen, we executed a search warrant at the defendant's home and it had no evidence that he committed any of these crimes. It had no evidence. There were no bloody clothes. There was no bloody knife. There was nothing. Right? There was nothing. So we know that part of his plan, he was successful in that endeavor. Right? He was able to conceal part of the evidence from law enforcement. He was able to do that. He did do that. And then, of course, you turn your attention to what he says to Eric Alvarado, which is the confession to this case, right? This is the confession. We have all the statements leading up, and then the day after the homicide on August 24th, he then tells Eric Alvarado this. Alvarado asks him, did you see blood? Did you see it? So let's stop right there. What does that infer? What does that infer? Alvarado is asking him a question about blood. That means Alvarado wasn't there, right? If Alvarado was there, he would have known what a bloody mess it had to have been. He's asking him, did you see blood? Alvarado wasn't there. You can say all you want about Eric Alvarado. He wasn't there at the crime scene. And of course, the defendant's response was, look, I had it all over the clothes. Which is true, which had to have been true. You saw those wounds in her neck. You saw that crush injury to her head. It had to have been true. I had it all over the clothes. But without the evidence, they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing if they don't have all the evidence. No one saw the bag. It would have been really nice to find that bag, wouldn't it? It would have been nice to find that bag. But that part of his plan was successful. And we know that he was covered in blood. He got some right there, and he got some on the passenger side headrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant is guilty as charged. There is no question that he is the man who is responsible for the death of Tania and Josiah. We have him saying that he believed that he would lose everything if his wife found out that Tania was pregnant with his child. He began planning these crimes several days in advance while he was being recorded in a truck, and then executed that plan with a degree of precision that quite frankly is surprising. He was able to carry this plan out and had success for several days. And then he lies to the police regarding whether he had ever had sex with Tania, when in fact he was the father. And Tania's DNA was found in 2 separate locations of his Dodge truck, and the geolocations of both of these cell phones put them together at the appropriate place and at the appropriate time of these homicides. The defendant then described Tania's blood on his clothes to Eric Alvarado, which was also recorded the day after the homicide. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no question that this defendant is guilty. He is guilty as charged of first-degree murder for Tania Wise. He is guilty as charged for first-degree murder of his own unborn child. Thank you.
Ms. Gittin, your closing argument?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
All right, as we discussed in openings, and the judge told you yesterday, reasonable doubt can come from the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence. So let's talk about the evidence that we heard over the last 4 days and why you should have very real doubts about the state's case. This is not a first-degree murder case. Nothing about this case is first-degree murder. In jury selection, you learned that only first-degree murders are eligible for the death penalty. This isn't that. If you believe that Jose did this, it clearly was not planned. And if you believe that bought and paid for translation, and we'll get to that in a second, of that garbled mess of inaudibles, this was a conversation instigated by Eric, who oddly seemed to have done this type of thing before. It was machismo that the state wants to call premeditation. Think about it. The location of the body on Jose's own garbage route, the route only goes to 5 streets. That's where he's going to pre-plan his, premeditated murder to put the body on his own route. The state just told you there was multiple murder weapons. That's their allegation. So somebody who pre-plans out a murder days in advance, we can't even figure out which weapon to use? If you believe that Jose did this, it was in a pressure cooker and maximum force was applied to him. You don't mess with people's money and you don't mess with their family. And if you believe the state's case, Tania was threatening Jose with both. And she was telling multiple men that they were the father of her unborn child, and she was extorting them. It's possible that Jose thought that he could talk Tania out of blackmailing him and extorting him, only to have Tania refuse, and in a fit of passion, without any ability to reflect. That's how the murder occurs. That's why the method is frantic and there are multiple weapons used. But that's only if you believe that Jose did this. But here's why you shouldn't believe that. The state told you in the opening that Jose didn't plan on being recorded. That's what they said. But not only can you see the cameras, and remember, Adolfo Cavelli told us there's 4 cameras. There's 4 different angles being recorded live. He told you that yesterday, Adolfo told you that employees are specifically instructed when they work for Waste Pro that they're being video and audio recorded. So the state's opening that he didn't plan on being recorded is false. Adolfo told you they know. We tell every employee, you're video and audio recorded at all times in the truck. Why would a person actually discuss a murder they actually meant to do in front of a camera that was constantly monitored? And Adolfo Cavelli told you the first time that he got up, look, I look at it at least once a day. At least once a day, I monitor those cameras to make sure that my drivers aren't eating and driving, that they're not texting and driving, that they're not driving in unsafe conditions. And when at the Detectives Bureau, Jose immediately gives consent to search his truck. Why? If we're to believe Rose Rosario and Norma Campos, he actually did this murder. So let's talk a little bit about Rose Rosario and Norma Campos. The state said in their first closing argument, you have no reason to not believe them. Well, let's talk about that. Rose certified the wrong date of the tape on the formal certification, not once, but twice. The date of the recording, a thing that does not need to be translated. She could not get that right, not one time, but 2 times. She got it wrong. She also told you she makes $95 an hour. And she took about 150 hours. That was the number, 150 hours to do that. That's $14,250. 14,250 reasons to say whatever the state wants her to say. And don't you think that it was odd that neither translator could simultaneously translate the audio that was being played live? Both of the translators, Rose and Norma, were reading the transcript that they had previously prepared. They could not translate the audio that sounded like, and I'm so happy that the state played it for you, because it sounded like this. And from that, they typed out long paragraphs. When I could only hear static and a couple words. I never heard the word Clorox. Clorox, why is that important? Why do you mention that? Well, I mention that because Clorox is a word that doesn't translate. It's a name brand. And in name brands, they're the same in English and Spanish. And you never heard that word Clorox. Meanwhile, the court interpreter, who the judge told you is totally neutral. Neither side hires the court reporter. She works for the court. And she certainly wasn't getting paid $14,000.
Permission approach?
You may.
Yeah, it's funny. You guys are saying the same thing I'm thinking. Every question she's asking is like, why would a person talk about this if they were being constantly murdered? Why would he give immediate consent to search his truck? Well, because he might not be that smart. He might not be that smart, or he might think that he's going to get away with this. I don't know. This is the only defense she has. This is literally the only defense she has, is that the audio is made up. That's really the only defense she has, is that this audio is made up. Jen, good morning to you. Dwayne, good to see you. Lazy Boys, would it help the 4 to 5 if they put up a defense? It's always helpful, I think. It's always helpful to hear the other side. When you just hear one side and then you don't hear the other side. What's up, Hellrider? Yeah, they found her body fluids in your truck. Some things don't lie. DNA, blood in his truck, cell phone data. He's with her. He says, "Oh, I didn't have anything to do with her. Didn't have anything to do with her." His truck is there. His truck is there at like 8:26. We see his truck, both on the cell phone and on the video.
Thank you. I'll restart. Meanwhile, The court interpreter, remember Rosario that came in, and the judge told you she was a neutral party, not hired by either side. She could contemporaneously, at the same time, translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English, but she wasn't getting paid $14,250 to testify. Rosario told you that she normally testifies for the state, and this was only her 7th time testifying in court. Also, why did it take Rosario 150 hours to translate 1 day, but Norma Campos was able to do 4 days in 55 hours? Norma also told you she didn't follow FBI protocol and do a double layer review, which is an internal validity test that the FBI requires. Now, she told you that viewing that other draft transcript, do you remember that when I asked her about that other draft transcript from the other translator at the FBI? She told you, no, I didn't want to review that. It would take too long. In a capital murder case where the state is seeking the ultimate penalty of death, imagine that. She spent 55 hours on a translation but couldn't take the time to make sure she did it correctly by checking the other translator's work. And she wouldn't answer my straightforward questions about whether she ever even read that draft or not. Remember, she said I reviewed it. Okay, well, you read it? No, I didn't read it. Well, how do you review it? It's writing. So you read it? And she couldn't even answer a question. Did you read a document? It's not a trick question. She also told you that it was the most difficult item she had ever translated, and you could not hear some of one speaker. And remember, she wouldn't answer me that either. She told the state, yeah, they're the closer speaker, right? The closer speaker, I couldn't hear some of what that person was saying. But the farther away speaker, I couldn't hear a lot of what that person was saying. And when I asked her, oh, so you couldn't hear some of what the closer speaker was saying? She said, no, I didn't say that. Well, you heard it all? No, I didn't hear all of it. Well, then you couldn't hear some of it. And then we finally got back to the place that she started with the state that she couldn't hear some of the closer speaker, and she couldn't hear a large portion of the farther away speaker. And then she incredulously testified that missing some of one speaker and a large portion of the other speaker in all of those inaudibles didn't somehow lose any context of those conversations. We're to believe that. Remember, a lot of those conversations were in English, and they still couldn't hear them or translate them, hence all the inaudibles. But we're supposed to put all our faith in Norma, who has now testified in court a sum total of 2 times, including this case. I would submit to you that the 2 most critical state witnesses that they presented to you were the least experienced, the most combative and deceptive, the most fanciful, and the ones paid the most to tell y'all what the state wanted them to. I didn't hear those words that they typed. They didn't even know where to stop the tape when the state was playing them the tape live and they were going over the transcript. If you listened, they weren't even stopping it in the right part because you couldn't even hear the words that they allege they could hear. They just want you to take their word for it. On the most critical piece of evidence, in the most serious type of criminal case, just believe them. Just take their word for it. And they also kept talking about being familiar with the Puerto Rican dialect, but Jose told Newman he grew up in Connecticut. Don't swallow their testimony whole. We talked about this in jury selection. Remember, I told you to assume a witness was lying until they proved to you otherwise. But at the very least, be neutral until they proved to you and convinced you that they were truth tellers, such that you should put your trust in them. And neither of those witnesses met that bar. They want you to trust them on something you can neither see nor hear. They simply do not deserve that level of trust. And frankly, the FBI believes so too because Norma had only testified in one previous case. Y'all have been in court more than Norma's been in court. In the most difficult translation, the government chose Norma, who has only testified one previous time in her entire career. And isn't it weird that the government didn't give Norma all the tapes, but gave the day after the murder, August 24th, 2018, to Rose Rosario. And you have to ask yourself, why would the government farm out the most critical and crucial tape to a private company who gets paid by the hour rather than the Federal Bureau of Investigations? Even the most inexperienced and lazy FBI agent. No, they sent it to a private company to a lady who gets paid $95 per hour. You get what you pay for, and they paid a pretty penny for that testimony. And the court told you yesterday how you weigh evidence, and they gave you some rules about it. And one of the rules was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I would submit that neither Norma nor Rose were. Did they have some interest in how the case should be decided? Sure they did. If Rose doesn't say what the state wants her to say, do you think the state's going to hire her again? Do you think she's going to make $14,250 again if she doesn't do a good job for them? Does the witness's testimony agree with other testimony or other evidence? I talked to Norma about that other draft transcript and the discrepancies, even in the first line, because we couldn't get her to agree that she had actually read it, so we couldn't go line by line. But even in the first line that I was able to go over with her, look, the first line on the first page. Norma, you had to have reviewed that, right? The first line on the first page. I realized 40 pages and, a 45-minute review is just too long in a capital murder case for you. But you had to have read at least the first line of the first page. And we went over the difference in drafts. And they were different. The judge also told you, did the witness receive any money? They did. So let's get back to the case. So this guy, who allegedly meticulously plans a murder, gets blood everywhere and hasn't had time to clean out his truck. He immediately gives consent to search his truck. He tells him, yeah, you can search my truck, you can search my phone, you can have my DNA, because he knows he didn't murder Tania. And what he later learns is their unborn child. But he knows who did. His wife, Jose Soto-Escalera. Hiller told you that the sheriff retained the truck from 8/25/18 to the time they executed the search on 9/24/18. But Donna Carmichael, her supervisor, if you'll remember, told you that they gave the truck back to Jose on 9/10/2018, and they didn't get it back, or they gave the truck back on 9/10, and they didn't get it back till 9/21/2018. If Jose did this and he knew he got blood on the carpet, why didn't he cut the carpet out while he had the truck back? Did Deborah have time to tamper with the truck? The state talked about their medical examiner. I would submit that testimony was what it was, with one exception. The medical examiner did not get the gestational age of the unborn child right. Remember, she told you it was 38 and a half weeks, but Dr. Stossel came in and testified, no, the gestational age was 32 weeks. That was in his records that Dr. O'Neill said that she had reviewed. She just missed that part. Why do I bring that up? I bring that up because this is the government's case. They're asking you to believe all these people that get on the stand, raise their right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And they've been wrong. They've been repeatedly wrong. Is it a lie? Is it a misleading? Is it a mistake? I don't know. But they're wrong, and they're asking you to trust them. Also, why would Jose have waited 32 weeks to get rid of this problem if it really was a problem for him? If he didn't want his child and he wanted to kill Tania after she didn't have an abortion, that would have been obvious way sooner than at 32 weeks. Why wait months? Because he didn't do it. When I told you in my opening statement that Tania came into contact with many unsavory characters, make no mistake, I was not denigrating Tania or her profession, but it doesn't make her profession any less dangerous. And one of those unsavory characters that she came into contact with was my client. He was a married man, and he was cheating on his wife, Deborah, with a much younger woman. And what do we know about Deborah? You didn't hear much evidence about her. We know she had some hand in getting Kenneth Barron fired, right? He told you that. So he has some kind of axe to grind. And where are all these conversations talking about Kenneth Barron? Where are all these conversations about having a ghost gun and wanting to purchase a ghost gun in this place that has cameras everywhere? Where are all these conversations? And where does, frankly, Jose even have the time to talk with Kenneth Barron? When does that interaction occur? That was never explained. So we're to believe that Jose asked a guy named Kenneth Barron, who his wife Deborah had a hand in getting fired, a guy he's not even really good friends with, for a ghost gun. And the upstanding citizen that Kenneth Barron is didn't go immediately to the police and say, hey, I'm a lawful gun owner. This guy's asking me for a ghost gun. It must be for something bad. Y'all better look into that. No, you didn't hear any evidence of that. And you know why? That conversation never happened. But even if you assume that it did, what did Kenneth Barron tell you that Jose told him? That the ghost gun was for his nephew. Who's his nephew? Eric Alvarado. Also, why would Jose even need an untraceable gun if you believe Norma and Rose and their fanciful translations? He has a shotgun. I don't know how you trace buckshot. Why would he need an untraceable gun if he has a shotgun? We know Deborah was a supervisor at Waste Pro, so she had access to those video and audios at Waste Pro from the truck. Wouldn't Deborah have questioned why Tania was still hanging around the Soto-Escalera family after she had allegedly broken up with Bradley Rodriguez Jr., which was the way that they knew Tania, through Bradley Rodriguez Jr.? Remember, Jose told Newman that weekend, in fact, Tania was supposed to bring her son over to hang out and stay the weekend with Jose, with their child. You don't think Deborah thought that was suspicious and took a peek at those Waste Pro videos? She knows that the truck recorded Jose and Eric talking about something with the girl, so she knows all signs would point to them. And you know whose DNA they never got an exemplar of? Remember, we talked about all those exemplars? We got one from Mark Berg, we got one from Bradley Rodriguez Jr., we got one from Giovanni Alvarado, we got one from Jared Christie, the guy they call Casino, we got one from Jose. Never got one from Deborah. You didn't hear any evidence of an exemplar from her, but DNA International did tell you, remember, about that 4-person mixture on the passenger headrest. And Mr. Hausman told you it was Tania, at least one other male, and 2 other persons on the passenger headrest. But the only exemplar that we gave DNA International was Tania's. We didn't even check to see if Deborah was in that mixture. What if Deborah, having heard Jose's plan to meet up with Tania, followed him that night after he went out, and she killed her? Or what if Deborah was the one driving the truck, right? The state just made all this evidence. Look, there's a truck. There's the truck. Who's in the truck? What evidence did we hear about who's driving the truck? Did anyone identify the driver of the truck? No. Deborah knew Tania. She could have taken Jose's phone and lured her out to talk. Then hit her in the head and did a close-up killing, a deeply personal type of killing, not like this gun shooting that Rose and Norma told you Jose and Eric were talking about. No. This was a knifing to the throat. And Tania was only in that ditch because Deborah couldn't lift her body that far. And those hairs everywhere, remember? The hairs all over the place on the shoe in the back of the truck? That could be Deborah's hair. But we don't know because we never got a DNA standard from Deborah. And we never sent it to DNA International to be tested. Then Deborah litters the scene with all the beer cans and a condom wrapper. So we're supposed to believe this dude, right, who masterminds a pre-planned murder on video and audio, is somehow able to commit a murder where there's blood everywhere, right? If you believe the state, there's blood everywhere, and he's able to leave no DNA on the scene, not on the beer cans, not on the condom wrapper, not on the body, even with gloves, right? If you're lifting a body and putting it somewhere, there's going to be DNA left on the body. We certainly couldn't have tested it against Deb's DNA because we didn't get a standard of that. And look, Mark Chapman told you that those tire tracks were not from Jose's truck. Was that because it was Deborah's car? Did we check Deborah's car tires? For that matter, did we check the car tires, or did you hear any evidence of checking Mark Burke's car's tires? Jared Christie's car tires? Giovanni Alvarado's car tires? Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s car tires? Eric Alvarado's car tires? No. We just checked Jose's and then we were done. It didn't match, not even the same type of class. Remember? It wasn't even the same type of tire. But that was it. That was enough for us. The only DNA of Tania's linking her to the truck was on the driver's side carpet found after the truck had been placed back in the custody of my client for over a week. DNA International William Houseman told you that DNA could be found even 20 years later in cold cases. Now, you heard Newman in the interview with my client say, well, DNA degrades, you wouldn't find it. He's not an expert. That was a lie. William Houseman from DNA International told you could get DNA on cold cases from over 20 years ago. So let's talk about this truck, right? The state showed you the video of the truck and they said, oh, the fog lights match. This matches. It's the truck. There's the video from Cactus. It comes out of the house. Where's the rest of the video? Does Deb's car follow behind? We didn't see any evidence of that. We didn't see what else was on the video. Deborah could have stepped in blood and gotten it in the truck, or that DNA could just be from sex contact that Jose had with Tania in his truck because we know they had sex. Let's talk about those phone records. You didn't hear any evidence of the GPS of Deborah's cell phone that night. But Jose did curiously tell Newman, yeah, I'm not really tech savvy. I don't do Facebook on my phone a lot. Deborah does that for me. She gets on my phone and she does Facebook. Did she take his phone? Because we know she uses it because he told Newman she does. And make a call from it to frame him? Where are her phone records and locations? We don't have those. Remember, Dee Petrie Antonio told you that she could only, and this was important, she could only tell you where the phone was. She could not tell you who had the phone. The state wants you to make that mental leap. Do not. Do not. Jose would have known what Deb did at the time of his interview. And he would have known that it was ultimately his fault, and he lied. There's no two ways about it. He lied. He lied to Newman to protect his infidelity and to protect his wife. But he wasn't scared to talk. He immediately talks to Newman because he didn't do it. He repeatedly says that. And if you do believe Norma and Rose, he says that repeatedly in the tapes too. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. Also, curiously, in the interview with Newman, Jose says, my wife is freaking out. Well, why would Deborah be freaking out, right? At this point in time, she doesn't know about, allegedly, the murder of Tania Wise. She doesn't even know that Tania Wise is the mother of Jose's baby. She doesn't know about the affair. Why would she be freaking out? Deborah knew Jose, or Eric, would be the only suspect because she made it so. But don't think that I forgot about Eric. So let's talk about Eric. On the alleged translation, Jose says in the beginning that Tania was sleeping with Eric. And remember, Eric's DNA, Wayne Walker told you, state didn't mention this, but Eric's DNA was on the passenger door, the rear passenger door of the Dodge Ram. But Eric Alvarado's exemplar was never sent to DNA International to determine if he was that at least one male contributor to the four-way mixture on the headrest of the passenger seat. No. We didn't do that. And the state also didn't send DNA International the inconclusive mixture from the driver armrest top or the bottom of the driver armrest from the Dodge Ram. Would those have provided a match to Eric? We'll never know because we didn't even try. As soon as Jose was determined to be the father of that child in this case, the case was closed. The investigation done. Despite the fact that so many other people had the means, the motive, the intent, the opportunity, all of those things. So Eric's in this Waste Pro truck with Jose, allegedly talking about this murder both before and after it happens. So let's talk about what Eric actually says. If you believe Norma and Rose, you can, at least the part that we heard, clearly hear at least some talking over each other, and it's not clear what they're saying or who is speaking, but let's talk about the quotes attributed by the government to good old Eric. And you don't have to trust me about this. You can ask for that play acting testimony to be played back again so you can see which speaker was saying which part. Don't take my word for it. On set 3 of 39, on August 21st of 2018, Eric allegedly says, "That girl is talking shit." How would he know? Why would he care about a girl talking shit? What is he even talking about? If we're to believe the state's case, Eric has no knowledge of any of this. How would he know that this person he doesn't even know, Tania Wise, is saying anything? Jose, again, as attributed by the state's witnesses, then allegedly asks Eric, "How did you do it? At night?" And Eric says, "Yes." She said, and that was it. So Eric is killed before? Okay, good to know. Eric then allegedly calls the girl a damn bitch. Again, why? What girl? Who's he talking about? Why is he calling her names if he doesn't even know her? Eric then says he'll take something to Miami. What? If Eric's not involved in this, what's he taking to Miami? On set 8 of 39, on 8/23, Eric allegedly said, "We need something like that, something with a barrel." Wow, okay, so Eric's talking about we need a gun. Why is Eric talking about needing a gun? Eric says, "That's what I'm going to do." What's Eric going to do? Eric had nothing to do with this, right? If you believe the government, it was Jose and all Jose. What is Eric going to do? Eric, who's murdered before, apparently. On set 12 of 39, again on 8/23/18, Eric allegedly says, "I'll probably go to jail." What's Eric going to go to jail for if Eric didn't do anything? On set 23 of 39 on 8/23, Jose allegedly says, like, "Clean it real good to take off all the fingerprints, all of them. Unintelligible, this bitch. Unintelligible. If you got to use it, then you use it." Odd. If Jose's the one that does it, why is he telling Eric how to do it and what to use? If Jose's planning to do it, he would say, "If I got to use it, I'm going to use it." Not, "If you got to use it, then you use it." Who's you? Use Eric. Eric responds, "I don't know what you're talking about." And Jose allegedly responds, "Exactly." Sounding like a guy who's done it before. On 8/24/2018, Eric allegedly said, "This is the morning after the murder, mind you." Eric allegedly said, "Can't stop thinking about that." What's Eric thinking about? He wasn't even there, right? He doesn't know anything about it. What's he thinking about? Things that are running in my head. What things? That I should have, that I would have. Shoulda, woulda, what? On the morning after a murder that he was on tape planning a murder of something similar that he's done before? should have, would have what? That's their evidence. Those are their experts that say that say Eric said. Can't stop thinking about that. Things that are running in my head that I should have, I would have. Then, interestingly, same day, Eric allegedly says, as soon as I walk in, she looks at me and she says, unintelligible, somebody else. Who is she? Who is she? Where did he walk into? With the female thinking it was going to be somebody else. That's curious. On 8/24/2018, Eric also allegedly said, I had it here, right here, this part here. You put in the output in this little thing, you put it, I put it right there and it all stays. What's he talking about? That's Eric. I'm not saying it's Eric. They told you it was Eric. Their witness told you it was Eric. What's he talking about? Later on 8/24, Eric allegedly says, I'm fucked. And because I have to be calm like that, now everything to them, it's fine. To which Jose, again, these are the government's witnesses' attributions, not mine. Jose allegedly says, did she have a purse? Curious. If Jose was there and he's the one that did the murder. Or, let's assume he participated with Eric. He would know if she had a purse or not. He was there, right? He wouldn't need to ask Eric, did she have a purse? No. He wasn't there. It was Eric. Why is Eric, if Eric didn't have anything to do with this, doesn't know nothing about nothing, why is Eric on the morning after a murder fucked? Why does he say that? Someone says, I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. Whose house? No one took baths at Tania's house. Tania's mom testified. She never told you a gentleman came into my house and took baths. If the state believes that that's Jose, which I submit, I guess that's what they're saying, that it's Jose that says I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. Whose house? That's not what he would refer to his house. He would say my house. We know it's not Tania's house because her mom didn't say, oh, a guy came in and took baths and it was weird. And we know Jose didn't go to another house, right? If you believe the state's witness about the cell phone, that witness didn't put him at another house. No. That's because that was Eric. Eric said that. There's no evidence at Jose's house when they conduct the search of Jose's house. Look, remember, they have all these fancy tools, right? They have all these things. They have that thing called Blue Star, right? They have Star Mix. They have all of these different things that can recover DNA. It lights up bright. Remember, they told you that. And this criminal mastermind is supposed to have gotten rid of every scintilla of evidence in his house. No. It's because he didn't do it. Eric did it. And the evidence is that whoever her's house is, but we don't know who her is because we don't get Eric Alvarado's phone records and we don't do a GPS location on his phone. So we don't know who her is, but we should have gone to her's house and tested there. That's probably where the bag is. You know, the bag, the missing bag. The state said, I wish we had found the bag. That's probably where the bag is. And in the bag would have been Eric's clothes covered in blood and Tania's DNA. On 8/24/2018, Jose allegedly asked Eric, Did you make it? Did you make the landfill? Inaudible, everything. And Eric responds, I hope so. Why does Eric need to go to the landfill on the day after the murder? Why is he hoping so? What's he got? Is it the bag? Is it the bag with his clothes in them? Was it Eric that took Jose's phone to lure Tania out? And that's why there's a phone call back and forth? His nephew that he grew up with that sounds like him? And is that why when Eric says I walked into her house and she didn't know it was me, she wasn't expecting me? Because she thought she was meeting Jose and it was Eric and Eric convinces her to come out, and Eric is driving Jose's truck? Because he says, she looks at him and thinks he's someone else because she was expecting it to be Jose and not Eric. Does Eric's car have a Puerto Rican tag on the front? What even car does he drive? We don't know. There was no evidence of that. Or did he just use Jose's truck and remove the car tag like he talked about on that recording? That was Eric. On 8/25/2018, Eric allegedly says they're going to have questions. And Jose allegedly tells him, you're going to take my truck to my house. So we know Eric drives Jose's truck. We don't know what his car looks like. We don't know where Eric was that night, or what his phone number was, or where his phone was. But we do know his DNA was on the truck. And Eric believed he was fucked the morning after the murder. You should have doubts about the government's case. Those doubts are eminently reasonable. And you should find Jose not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I mentioned, the state has the opportunity to make a rebuttal argument. So the arguments are not closed. I have not submitted the case to you for deliberations. I want to highlight that because we're going to take a bathroom break for 10 minutes. Leave your notes in your chairs. Do not discuss the case at this time. Please be clear about that. When you come back, we'll conclude with the arguments. All right, the jury has exited the courtroom. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break.
Okay, so we heard from the state, then we heard from the defense. So let's see. State's closing argument was about 40 minutes. Her defense's closing argument was about 50 minutes. Yeah, about 50 minutes or so. So she went a little bit longer. State, was there opportunity? And he continues to go through. We have to prove intent. Who told the truth and who didn't? He plays Jose's law enforcement interview. Nope, don't stand on that. All right, good boy. He'd never been with her. He never got together with her. He's like, nope, hand to God. So he lies, right? So he lies about that. The video of the truck from the neighbor, has fog lights on. Mom was the last to see Tania. Mom was the last to see Tania. And then Jose, around 8 o'clock, and then you see Jose's truck in her area at 8:25. He lied about his motive and his opportunity. So we need physical evidence next. Okay, how about the front passenger side headrest? Tania's DNA is there. What's her blood doing in his car? Carpet, major contributor is Tania. And then August 21st, 2 days before, Jose starts to develop a plan. I told her there are some people that want to pay you. Can you go with me because I don't know them? She says, he's like, sure, just throw me some money. The state's saying, he says, I have to find a spot and dump her there. She was threatening another guy. This guy's giving her money. She's nasty. He took her to a desolate area. Why? Because he didn't want his wife to find out that he impregnated her. He hit Tania so hard that it knocked her out. He slices her neck not once, but twice, so deep that it came close to her spinal cord. No, don't do that. He says the hilt of the knife isn't strong enough to, crack her head open, basically. What does that tell you about his plan and intent? And then August 24th, how do we know it wasn't Eric Alvarado? Because he says no one cares and no one will be searching for her. I took 2 baths. I cleaned my hands with cleaner, the ones you use for brakes. because I had gloves just in case. Eric asks him, did you see blood? So that infers that Eric wasn't there. Why would Eric ask, did you see blood? Why would he say, I took 2 baths? Why would he say, no one cares, no one will be searching for her? Why would he say, I had it all over the clothes, but without that evidence, they can't do nothing, no one will find the bag? Very damning, very damning. If you believe that's true. Now, on the defense side, she's going to poke holes in that. So, she says this is not first degree. If you believe Jose did this, it clearly wasn't planned. And she goes in, they paid for that garbled mess of a recording. The body is found on his own route. She kept saying, why would he do this? Why would he do that? What? You don't mess with people's money and you don't mess with their family. Tania was telling multiple men that they were the father. She was extorting them. So victim blaming, of course. She talks about a fit of passion, but that's if you believe Jose did it. Why would a person talk about it if they were constantly monitored? Well, that's an easy one to answer because they're not smart. He immediately gives consent to search his truck. Why? Because he cleaned up the night before. Rose and Norma. Rose certified the wrong date, not once but twice. Well, she kind of explained that. I mean, on the surface, that sounds really bad. I'm sure state will rehabilitate that. She charged $95 an hour. They always go for this. They always say it. And that gives it, so it came out to 14,250 reasons to say whatever the state wants her to say. Neither translator could translate it live. The audio sounded like, and then she's like, shh. She says, you never heard the word Clorox. She says something about the court translator is not paid by either side's court translator, and that was objected to, and state asked to approach. And then she continues on. She could translate. So I guess she's saying they could have gotten the court translator to translate versus paying. I guess that's where she was going with that. Why did it take Rose 150 hours to do it one day and Norma took 4 days? Why did it take Rose 150 hours to do just one day, but it took Norma 55 hours to do 4 days? They're different people. They work different ways. Rose said she listened to it over and over and over and over again. She says they only work in 5-hour increments. They work differently. Then they were talking about Jose's Puerto Rican affect, I guess, but he grew up in Connecticut. Doesn't sound like he grew up in Connecticut. It sounds like he does to me. He's got an accent. He speaks a certain way. And that's just me assuming that people in Connecticut talk a certain way. So he assumes a witness is lying until they prove they are telling the truth. She wants them to assume a witness is lying until they prove they are telling the truth. They want you to believe something you can neither hear nor see, which would be this audio recording. Norma only testified once before, like that's a big deal. Who cares? The government didn't give Norma all the tapes. You get what you paid for, and they paid a pretty penny. If Norma doesn't say what the state wants them to say, do you think they'll hire her again? Yeah. And then she's like, let's get back to the case. He gives consent. Why didn't Jose cut the carpet out? Did Deborah? Okay, here's where she goes down the Deborah rabbit hole. Did Deborah tamper with evidence? The medical examiner didn't even get the gestation age right. Why bring that up? This is the state's case, and those witnesses have been wrong. The state is asking you to trust them. Why would Jose wait 32 weeks to get rid of the problem? What do we know about Deborah? She had some kind of hand in getting Kenneth Barron fired, so he has an axe to grind. Why did Jose have time to talk to Kenneth about the ghost gun? She's like, well, that conversation never happened. Sure. The ghost gun was for his nephew. That's true. He did say that. Deborah is a supervisor, so she had access to the recordings. You don't think Deborah took a peek at those videos? That's mine. That's mine. Here's where I think she had some good points. I'll give her points for this. I know you guys didn't like her at all, but I will give her points for this. No DNA from Deborah. That I do think there was 4-person mixture on the passenger headrest. Tania, 1 male, and 2 others. Well, it would make sense that Deborah's DNA was in Jose's truck. I mean, that's okay. That's a no-brainer. I get that. So I'm not going to quibble over that. But there were hairs found at the scene, and there were tire tracks that did not match Jose's. and there was blood if there was blood everywhere, why was there no DNA at the scene? Whoa, holy smokes. Okay, buddy. Wow, I gotta watch that. He just like fell out of the sky. Let me see my little boy fall. How far did he fall? Yeah, okay. That was pretty far. You okay there? All right. So their hairs were found. They never tested those, and there was no DNA of Jose's at the scene. So they could have had the state could have tested Deborah. They could have. I think I'm going to give her slight points only because I think that I would have liked the state to have at least eliminated her. If they had tested Deborah's DNA, they could have put that to bed. And then these tire tracks that were at the scene were not Jose's. So but he was there because the one guy, the pizza guy, testified that he did see this truck with fog lights. So they didn't check any of the other car tires. So those 2 points, I'll give her those points, or I'll give her those. Here's another really good point if you really, really want to go down a rabbit hole. So the blood was found after law enforcement had the truck. So they didn't test for blood the first time they had his truck. They tested it after they had it for a week. So again, if you go down, the Karen Reed planting of evidence rabbit hole, I mean it's worth a try. It's worth a try. You never know who's going to be on the jury, so it is worth a try. Of like, hey, wait a minute, there was no blood found before, and then all of a sudden law enforcement has the truck for a week, and so she's trying. That's all I can say. She's trying. No cell phone data from Deborah. Jose says he's not tech savvy, and Deborah does all that for him, meaning all the Facebook stuff. So again, possible. Yeah, it's possible. Is it? Could only tell you where the phone was and not who had the phone. Yep, we know that. Jose lied to law enforcement to protect his infidelity and his wife. Okay, that's weak. Why was Deborah freaking out when Jose called her? She didn't know anything about Tania yet, so why was she freaking out? Well, she's freaking out because her husband's with law enforcement. That's an easy one. And then she goes into Eric and talk about, so Eric's killed before? Good to know. Why did Eric call that girl a bad word? What's Eric taking to Miami? That's a good question. Why is Jose saying take it to Miami? Go put it in the bag and take it to Miami. So what's Eric taking to Miami? Jose says to Eric, if you got to use, then you use it. Eric says, I don't know what you're talking about. If you got to use it, then you use it. That's what she was saying. Not saying if I got to use it, then I'll use it. Then the morning after, Eric says, I can't stop thinking about it. Things that are running through my head that I should have, would have. That could have been anything. That's nothing. Eric is driving Jose's truck. So Eric, they're going to have questions on August 25th. Jose tells Eric to take his truck, so we know Eric drives Jose's truck. So, did they test it a week later, or did the test come in a week later? That's a really great question. They luminoled it. When did they test his truck? That's a really great question. Who was it? It was Janie. She photographed it. Maybe Kayla.
Y'all ready for the jurors for the rebuttal argument?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue with the rebuttal argument.
Wait on you.
Jurors entering. jurors present in the state's rebuttal argument.
If you remember back in jury selection, all of us agreed that when we sit down as jurors in a criminal case, any criminal case, we want to view things, number one, through the lens of the jury instructions, but number two, and just as significant, we want to view them through the lens of common sense, right? We never ever check our common sense at the door in any criminal case or really in any walk of or aspect of our lives. So let's take a look and consider what counsel just said using that common sense. So they first told you that the defendant's wife killed Tania, okay? Or at least had a role in it. Well, let's think about that for a second, and let's use our common sense and use the evidence. So you might say, well, why would first the reason is why would she commit these killings? I mean, if you're going to kill a pregnant woman, it seems like you would have to have a pretty good reason to do that, right? You'd have to have a pretty good reason. Well, you may say, well, wait a second. Well, maybe she did. Maybe she found out that Tania had slept with Jose Soto-Escalera, right? I suppose that would give her at least some motive to kill her. But if that were true, then why would Jose lie to the police about impregnating Tania, right? Why would he lie to the police about impregnating Tania if she already knew that she was pregnant by her husband? That doesn't make sense. The wife did not know that the defendant had impregnated her, because if she had known, then he would have simply said that to the police when he was interviewed on August 25th of 2018, right? So that doesn't make sense. So we can rule that out, right? We can flatly rule that out, what the defense said. So then they say, well, wait a second, maybe Eric Alvarado did it, right? Maybe Eric Alvarado committed these crimes. Well, if you recall, remember, Eric Alvarado also has no motive to kill her, right? He's not the father of the child. There's no evidence that Eric Alvarado had ever had any type of a relationship with Tania, let alone sleep with her.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an objection as to this point. There's a dispute between the lawyers. You're the finders of fact, and you get to decide which side is accurate as far as what the evidence is. So I'll overrule the objection, but leave that to the jury to sort out.
Okay. So anyway, so he had no motive to kill her, and more significant, if you recall, in the August 24th translation with Rose Rosario, what does he say? Well, Eric Alvarado asks him about the blood. Did you see blood? Did you see blood? Had Eric Alvarado been there and been involved in this, he would have had no need to ask that question. He's asking the question because he doesn't know the answer. So we can rule Eric Alvarado out as well. And you also have to ask yourself, well, wait a second, the truth is, it never changes, right? I mean, the truth never changes. If this were legitimate, then why are they offering you all these alternative theories? So the defense counsel also made the argument, well, wait a second, why didn't a court interpreter come and testify and translate the videos in real time, right? Why didn't they do that? Because the court interpreter is neutral. The state hired the FBI. The state hired a private interpreter. Why would they have done that? Well, there's a very good reason, and the reason, of course, doesn't come from me. The reason doesn't come from the words of the attorney, because what the judge told you, and what the judge told you right before I got up for my first closing argument is, what did he say? The words of the attorneys are not evidence, right? The words of the attorneys are not evidence. The evidence comes from the exhibits and what's said here under oath by the witnesses in the case. So let's fall back to the evidence, right? Let's fall back to the evidence. What is the evidence in this case? Rose Rosario, and I asked her, what is the difference? Tell us the difference between a translator on one hand versus an interpreter on the other. What did she say? She said, listen, there's a large difference, right? A large difference. Translators use documents and recordings. Translators have the luxury of being able to sit down and to sift through recordings and sift through evidence to make sure that they get it right, which is why that they expended so much time on the work that they performed. They have the ability to sit down and listen through it, and as both Norma Campos and Rose Rosario explained, they listened to several sections multiple times, and used, and in fact, I think 50 hours for Norma, 50 plus hours, and 100 plus hours for Rose Rosario. So they have the ability to do that, and that's what they did. Why do they do that? Because they can ensure accuracy, and they can go and re-listen to things, and they can also take into account the context of what is being said, right? Very important. Interpreters don't do that. Interpreters translate in real time. They work in real time, and they don't have the luxury of being able to refer to other parts and being able to ascertain meaning from words in that regard. So bear that in mind. Reasonable doubt. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. Defense counsel says, well, wait a second, there's all kinds of reasonable doubt in this case. And what did they do? They pointed to two errors, right? Two errors within reports. So remember, the criminal justice system is no different than the areas where you work at, in that people make mistakes, right? People make mistakes. There is no such thing as perfection, right? Just because we haven't presented a perfect case doesn't mean that we haven't proven our case. There is no such thing as perfection, and the criminal justice system is no different. Defense counsel points out, well, wait a second, there is a typo in Dr. O'Neill's report regarding Josiah's age. The OBGYN.
Facts and evidence.
As to this point as well, there's a dispute as to the facts of the case, and ladies and gentlemen, you're the fact finders, and you would resolve the dispute, but I'll overrule the objection and leave that to the jury's determination.
Okay. The OBGYN, Dr. Stossel, said the child was 32 or 33 weeks along. Dr. O'Neill said 36 or 38 weeks along. There was a several week difference. Okay, right? Dr. Stossel is going to be more accurate on that point, meaning that Dr. O'Neill had made a mistake when she had simply gone through those medical records. Does that really amount to reasonable doubt? Right? Does that really amount to reasonable doubt? Does that give you any reason? Does that give you any reason to think that Dr. O'Neill got the cause and the manner of death wrong? Of course not. Was Dr. O'Neill wrong when she said that Tania died of a head injury, which caused a skull fracture and brain swelling? Was she wrong when she said that Tania died of two significant, serious sharp force injuries to her neck? No. We're talking about a typo in her report, or a mistake in her report. Is that reasonable doubt? Of course not. Of course not. There is no requirement. There is nothing in those jury instructions that the judge read to you. There is nothing in the jury instructions that will go back with you that suggest or even approach this standard of perfection that they're wanting you to employ.
Objection.
There is no doubt.
You can approach on that. Any other comment?
So she's objected twice for facts not in evidence, whereas she was bringing in, well, she wasn't bringing in facts. She was just bringing in conjecture. She was just bringing in, but is he bringing in facts without evidence? talking about Eric Alvarado, she objected to that. And then high risk, the OB, the gentleman, the doctor who testified, she's objecting to that. Facts not in evidence. I didn't hear what her objection was here, but is he really bringing in facts? I don't think he's bringing in facts. He's just saying, why would Jose lie to law enforcement about impregnating Tania? And then he talks about Eric Alvarado, and I didn't quite hear him. Then she objected to that, facts not in evidence. So she's objected at least 3 times. I'm sorry, she's objected 3 times. At least 2 of them have been facts not in evidence. But that's all she was doing. That's all she was doing was. But was she bringing in facts? She was just saying, well, why didn't they test Deborah's hair? Why didn't they test Eric's car tires? So I don't think she wasn't bringing in facts. She was just bringing in suggested theories, I guess. But yeah, did the ME get the cause and manner of death wrong? Was she wrong about Tania dying from a head injury? Was she wrong about the 2 serious sharp force injuries? No.
Of law, there, I'll ask you to not consider what was just said, and I've instructed the prosecutor to restate it consistent with the instructions I've given you. You may proceed.
So the point is that there are always conflicts in evidence in any case. The question is, do they rise to that level of reasonable doubt? And of course, the answer to this is no. Defense counsel also pointed out, well, wait a second, there was another typo in the Rose Rosario's translation on her certificate. She translated the August 24th video, and on her certificate she wrote August 23rd. Does that rise to the level of reasonable doubt? Does that rise to the level of that, those 2 typos, that's what you're being asked to consider? That 2 typos and 2 separate reports, that's reasonable doubt? If you recall from jury selection, what I asked you to do is to not simply hang your hat on 1 or 2 items of evidence. If you recall from jury selection, I asked you to consider all of the evidence, right? Not just to hang your hat on 1 or 2 pieces. That's what and that's what we're asking you to do, to make sure that we could render a true and fair verdict based on the law and the reasonable doubt instruction. Remember, the defendant is the only witness in this case who had a motive to kill Tania and her child. No one else. And remember, frankly, we are not here to play the lottery with the evidence in this case, right? We look at all of this through the lens of reasonable doubt. We know the defendant is the only witness in this case with a motive to kill her. The defendant is the only witness who had an opportunity to kill her, right? He's the only witness who had an opportunity to kill her. The defendant's the only witness who was with her on the night of the murder, and he spoke to her on the phone. And he's the only person who planned out her murder and then executed it based on what we know from the translated transcripts by both Norma Campos and Rose Rosario. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no reasonable doubt in this case. There is no reasonable doubt. All of the evidence, when taken in totality, all of the evidence, when considered by fairly and objectively and through the lens of the reasonable doubt instruction, all of it points to this defendant and this defendant alone as to who killed Tania Wise and her unborn child. On behalf of Tom Backetall, your state attorney, I thank you for your patience and your service today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. Members of the jury, Yesterday, when I instructed you on the law, I advised you that your verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. I know you cannot read it from this distance, but I want to hold it up and show you the form of the verdict. It's a 2-page verdict form. The verdict form has the case style on top and, of course, is entitled Verdict. It starts out with saying, "We, the jury, find Jose Soto-Escalera as to count 1." So it's a 2-part verdict form. Count 1, page 1. Count 2, page 2. Count 1, select only one of the following 4 options. Guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment, or guilty of second-degree murder as a lesser-included offense, or guilty of manslaughter as a lesser-included offense, or not guilty. Then what follows on the first page is what we call an interrogatory in the law, which is a question. And it reads as follows, and it's conditional. If you find the defendant guilty as charged of or guilty of any of the above lesser offenses, you must next determine if any of the following has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check yes if proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check no if not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And the question is, during the commission of the offense, the defendant did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use any weapon. You would check yes or no. There again, that's conditional on a finding of guilt above. Finding of not guilty obviates the need to answer that question. Page 2, count 2, select only one. Guilty of first-degree murder of an unborn child as charged in the indictment, or guilty of second-degree murder of an unborn child as a lesser-included offense, or guilty of manslaughter of an unborn child as a lesser-included offense, or not guilty. The verdict form concludes with the words, "So say we all," which highlights the unanimous nature of your verdict. There's a place for the foreperson to sign and date the verdict form before bringing the verdict form back into the courtroom for me to receive your verdict. When you come in through the door, I will look to see who's holding this paper to identify them as the foreperson of the jury, which I will instruct you on in just a second. Also, please be advised that if you are the foreperson, you're not required to read or publish the verdict form. That is the job of the clerk. So if you fear public speaking, do not let that dissuade you from being the foreperson, because you will not be required, as in some states, to read the verdict form. So in just a few moments, I'm going to submit the case to you, and I will conclude our jury instructions, as I told you yesterday, with the conclusion of the jury instructions, aptly entitled Submitting Case to Jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case until you've reached a verdict. You must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of this case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions, or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtrooms. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices with the court deputy, where they will be guarded while you deliberate, if you've not already done so. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. However, please remember that deciding the verdict is exclusively your job, and I cannot participate in that function whatsoever. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Most, but not all, of the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to examine an exhibit in evidence that was not sent back with you into the jury room, please let us know and we will bring you into the courtroom to do so. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. And as I told you yesterday, each of you will get a copy of the full instructions when you go back into the jury room. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. So at this time, with the exception of our 4 alternate jurors, the jury is about to proceed to the jury room to consider its verdict. You do not know who those alternates are. I do. So when I mention your names, you are the 4 alternate jurors. You cannot go back into the jury room with the jury at this time. So please remain there. If you have any items in the jury room, the 4 alternates, the bailiffs will get them and bring them into the courtroom for you. And I will address you when the jury goes back into the jury room. So the alternates are in the alternates seated next to each other in the second row. Please remain there. The remainder, who are the jury, please proceed to the jury room. The evidence, the instructions, and the verdict form will follow. Oh, that's fine. Madam Clerk, here's the verdict form. So, ladies who are 4 alternate jurors, I have some very important specific instructions for you because the situation we're in now is a little bit complicated. Sometimes we have trials where, for various reasons, our alternates are not excused at this point. You still remain in service. This is one of those situations, and it's conditional. If the jury renders a verdict of first-degree murder, as you've heard when we selected the jury, there would be a second phase of this trial where the jury would decide the sentence. If that occurs, you would participate as alternates for that too. And just as during the trial, if someone were to be unavailable or something would happen, which happens quite a lot, that's why we have alternates, you would take their place. You've heard all of the evidence in this case, and it puts you in a position legally to do that. So, after discussing the matter with the lawyers, we have to prepare for that contingency, and I have to give you instructions to maintain your ability to be jurors on the case. Discussing it with the lawyers, if there is a second phase of this trial, it would begin perhaps on Wednesday, no sooner than Wednesday. It is possible it may be a day after that or so forth, after Wednesday, but no sooner. So I just wanted to give you a time frame for that. So you're not excused at this time, depending on the verdict. If the verdict is anything other than first-degree murder, that would conclude your service on the case, but you're still in play here. Now, from my perspective, you may be able to anticipate what I'm going to say, because I've stated from the beginning of this entire process, back in the jury assembly room, before we even started to select a jury in the case, when I came to address the jurors, and throughout the trial, the most important part of the fair trial is for you to decide the case only on the evidence presented and avoid any contact with anything about this case that comes from any source outside of this official process. So all of the rules that you've been under with regard to not speaking about the case to anyone, or doing any research, or being exposed to media coverage, remain in place, because it could be that next week you're on the panel and that someone else gets excused and you become one of the actual people to decide the sentence in this case. You all understand that. It's very important. So also, if we will be in touch with you, it's very imperative that you have a phone number, a contact number, which you can give to the court deputies on the way out, where the jury clerk can update you on what's going on. And obviously in this situation, normally I tell jurors, if you're curious as far as what happens, even if you're released, I'll give you a phone call and tell you what happens. Here it's imperative that they do that, because it determines whether you're coming back or not. In case the verdict is something other than first-degree murder, though, I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for your time and attention in the case. We're talking about a very large amount of time and commitment. It's no less important to the parties, the lawyers, and myself, the time that you've spent, if the verdict is anything that other than what requires you to return. So on behalf of the United States, the state of Florida, at this time I thank you for your continued service, and if it's your complete service, that as well. At this time, you're free to leave and go about your business, so as long as we have a contact number. But remember, please maintain the sanctity of your mind as far as deciding this case only on the evidence presented. And either we'll see you next week, or at this time, thank you very much. With regard to your notes, we will keep your notes in case you need them if you wind up participating. So if you just leave them there, we'll have them for you. If you need to come back, we will preserve your notes. They will not be destroyed at this time. Thank you very much. And the bailiffs will assist you in leaving the courthouse at this time. Fine. Oh, for these folks? I'll leave that to the bailiff. All right, the alternates have all left. I'll leave it to the bailiffs to give them instructions about whether they get their Chick-fil-A lunch. I'm sure you'll do that in the hallway, which is going to set to arrive at 12:15. The lawyers could check the evidence to go back. Looks like the instructions have gone back. The verdict form there. There's a big pile over there that I don't see anymore. So
No, they're still there.
okay, there. Okay. This is very important for us to make sure there are no items that did not go into evidence.
So I'm opening a manila envelope.
And that the ones that we don't want to go back don't go back. The items that are in evidence don't go back.
Shouldn't there be 200 there?
that we don't want to go back.
Oh, the other one.
2 hard drives go back, 1 hard drive drive stays.
I'm going to stay on the record while we do that.
171,
I'm sorry, Judge, you said stay
Yeah,
on?
I'm going to stay on the record while it's happening.
This is no.
Okay,
This is,
the SD card.
which was never entered.
Right,
This is the perpetuated testimony, not
Okay.
supposed to go back.
right,
This is a condom that was never entered.
okay.
And then this is the hard drive, which is,
But we're missing 2 things.
yeah, all the hard drives are supposed to be over here.
Right.
That's right.
169, 170, 183.
I don't know what this is.
That's 183. It was remarked as 41.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is just a court exhibit because it got marked as 1.
And 170?
Those 2 go in
Right,
here too.
okay, those 2 go in. Those don't go back.
No.
Right.
If they want to see those, we have to play them before they're not here.
Those are the 2 hard drives that are
Correct.
in evidence that are not going back with the
Everything
jury.
else goes back. Those were the only items that don't go.
All right, so you're good now?
Yes.
We put all the stuff that's not
Gotcha.
supposed to go back in this.
Close it up.
Put it over.
Close, yeah. Put it over there.
Just
Close it
well, until we give them the evidence.
Yes.
It's
Right.
sitting here for
Right.
the
up. Okay,
judge.
good.
Verdict form over there,
I have 34.
and the instructions are all over there. Okay, bailiff has them.
Now, do you want that cooler to go back there, or you want?
Yeah, that's fine.
I could
Because
take it out
that's
of
the
that-
exhibit. It's marked.
I could take it out of that box. It could come out of that box.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, we don't need to have a box. And then I have also shown defense the clean laptop, and we went over that. No objection to the clean laptop going back. Ms. Minton?
No objection.
Clean laptop is going back for the defendant's interview.
Laptop's on there.
All right, want to commend the lawyers for their fine performance, their closing arguments. I think it was excellent arguments on both sides. We'll see what the jury says about the case. The lunch is arriving, I'm told, at 12:15, so in my experience, that means we're going to be here at least till 12:15 because they're going to be waiting for their free lunch, as I would. And so it gives you an idea. Probably won't hear from them until at least 12:45, 1 o'clock if you want to go
Jeff, do
in.
you want to address the penalty phase
Sure.
scheduling and possible issues? Yes.
If that occurs as soon as we can, just for planning purposes, if there's a verdict of first-degree murder, when you think what we're looking at in that regard.
Judge, this gentleman whom I've asked to come forward is Carlos Fuentes. He is the investigator for the defense team. We have several of Mr. Soto-Escalera's family in Connecticut. We've been trying to communicate with them and corral them for the past few days. Mr. Fuentes is in a better position than I to tell you what the situation is, but there are 7, 8, maybe 9 persons in Bridgeport. They are Mr. Soto-Escalera's family. I believe they are all, virtually all, living with the help of public assistance. I believe that Connecticut provides social workers and other liaison persons to guide them through the use of those systems. They do not have electronics, no laptops, no computers. They are essentially, I went up there and visited with them during the pendency of this case, akin to children who don't really function or are not fully plugged into the 21st century. To get them down here to testify in person, we have in mind that Mr. Fuentes would travel up there, do his best to corral them, usher them through the airport. These are people who don't have their own transportation. They don't know how to work airline tickets online. They would not know how to walk into an airport, up to a kiosk and get themselves a boarding pass printed. They don't know what a boarding pass is. They don't travel, they don't fly. They are a very disconnected sort of group of people, and yet we would like them here to testify. And Mr. Fuentes is going to give you an idea of how long that might take. I think we are suggesting possibly September 30, but I will turn it over to Mr. Fuentes, Judge, if that is acceptable to you.
Yes, although before you do that,
We have some local witnesses who are available before that, and I do believe we can get Mr. Soto-Escalera's father, Concepcion Soto, here from Puerto Rico before that date. But it is the Bridgeport witnesses that are a concern to me.
Well, I imagine the investigator's just going to tell me he thinks it's going to take until September 30th to do that.
Right, Your Honor, because they add to that, they're in New Haven, so they're like, there would be 3 hours either to go to the closest airport, which would be LaGuardia, and get them going out of there. So it's not only just the herding and getting them, but to transport them to the nearest airport from the different municipalities that they're in New Haven. I know it's a burden on the court. This is not something that typically I run into. But these are people who really have little or no means at all, no transportation. And I'd be more than happy to be able to do this, to expedite it. I wish we didn't have to do it. It's not typical. But this is the only way that I know it's going to happen, because for these individuals to get into some type of vehicle anyhow, to get 3 hours to an airport and to get them through LaGuardia, and to get them into a flight back here and settle into a hotel and get them all back here in the morning for court to testify machine gun one after another. I would say safely, September 30th. I mean, there are paraplegic kids they take care of that they got to attend to as well. And that's the situation you're in. If I could do it sooner, I'd be more than happy to oblige the court.
So the goal would be to start on Wednesday the 24th. The request is an extra 6 days, but not sure I understand what the need for the additional days are. I mean, I realize it's going to be a difficult haul, but this is Friday. Go up tomorrow, lasso them all up, bring them to an airport, and get them here by early next week. I'm not sure.
They've been on standby, so again, I don't know exactly how they're scheduled with doctors, or again, there's a paraplegic child that needs to be tended to as well. I'll be more than happy to do it as soon as I possibly can make it happen, and I could, inform the court as I go.
Well, I can't play it by ear as a judge, and we have to have a date certain to do this. From my perspective, I'll let the state ask you questions too, obviously, but I want to give the defense a fair opportunity to do that. I'm not convinced that if we do the penalty phase Wednesday, that's not a fair opportunity given the weekend and then Monday and Tuesday to effectuate that. Cost is not an issue. I'll authorize whatever it takes.
I believe those costs have already been authorized.
Right, it's already been authorized, so I'm sympathetic to the logistics, but I mean, it's of grave inconvenience to the judiciary to postpone it in that regard.
Well, can we give a status on Monday as to that matter? How far I've gone with it, and how many reeled up, and how many.
The other thing is, I'm not convinced. We could always do a status. And I want to be fair, but if I pose the question this way, if it can't be done by Wednesday, why would we think that it could be done at a later time to do that? You follow that?
I don't know what their schedules or what their lives are at. We've been waiting for this. I mean, they know the case was going on, but now we're ready. This is D-Day. Now it's time to call, hey, let's go. How quick can you be ready to go?
Also, as a backup, I realize this is a capital situation, but if there's been a conversation about if you were to make your best effort to get them here in person, but if that falls apart, I'm also open to, we could Zoom them if someone is up there. I do that all the time, and we could do that just as well. They would appear via Zoom to do that. I'm just throwing that. I think that the state would, I think we'd have to have an agreement. I think the defense is inclined to agree with that, but I have no problem setting that up. I mean, I didn't Zoom this trial because I don't Zoom trials of this, but for the penalty phase, but absolutely have the ability to do that.
Investigator Fuentes is up there with them, and that we can't do it the way we would like and bring them here timely in person, we could conceivably do that. These people wouldn't be able to arrange that themselves, but we would need to build in a little bit of extra time. I was hoping to have them here Monday, and Mr. Richardson would have a chance to talk to them as he has indicated he wants to do and has a right to do on Monday or Tuesday if need be.
Mm-hmm.
But we will need to build in some time if they're going to Zoom for Mr. Richardson and or Mr. Cormier to do a deposition of him.
And to be clear, we've tried this before. We tried to coordinate a Zoom depositions for them back in, I want to say May or June.
Right.
And it never materialized.
I think the
They had
difference
no on-site
was
assistance as what they would have.
exactly that was, and given their unsophisticated nature, that was asking them to have a phone or do something on their own. If he's the master of ceremonies, I was thinking of the most euphemistic term for this scenario without denigrating the people up there. We could literally do it on his cell phone, as if he's with them. We do that all the time, and the quality of that is pretty fantastic, given where we are with the Zoom. So if the lawyers are amenable to that, and you could do your depositions, that way too. But the difference is he would fly up there and get with them to facilitate it. And that for them is the easiest and least extremely convenient.
And we would need the mitigation expert up there with me as well, because they live in different municipalities around town. So
Right.
my plan was, and for the depots, the same as to get one centralized place and just start bringing them in one after another, so they're all lined up and ready to go.
However, that'd be leave that to you, but
That's fine, there's enough money allocated
Yeah.
to achieve that. That's not a problem.
I think that should be, if everyone's okay with Zoom, I'm
okay with it, sure. I just want to make sure I get an opportunity to speak to them through deposition before they actually testify.
Right.
That's my only request.
And as we broached this subject once before, in my experience in this field of litigation is that the depots are pretty finite. They're going to say what they're going to say, and now you know what they're going to say.
Yes, the commentary will be as expected, I would say.
Right, right. So I think that should be the game plan. However you want to logistically facilitate that, that's fine with me. But I will turn on the Zoom. They'll appear on the screen there. The lead attorneys know, because we do this all the time. But for you, that's the easiest, rather than getting them to. They don't have to leave the person that you mentioned, the special needs person, and that much preferred.
Okay, if I understand, no adjustment in the present schedule. If we can get the witnesses here in person, that will be fine. If we cannot, the court would accommodate a video appearance.
Absolutely.
If possible.
Absolutely. So we would aim for Wednesday if the verdict is a first degree murder. Yeah.
And assuming there is sufficient time and we can get the depositions that the state wants concluded in time. All right.
I hearken back to other cases I've done with this exact same problem, and before the pandemic, in the advent of Zoom, or Zoom taking over the world, people had to go to like a copy shop and had to have a special camera, and it was much more of a nightmare because of the Zoom, the blessing that Zoom is. If there's any way that this is going to get done, the easiest way, most likely for it to happen, would be for you or the other person, the mitigation specialist, to be with these people, either if they're in one place or different places with a regular cell phone. The quality would be excellent, and the state would have the ability to do the deposition and get it all done. Yeah.
Well, the witnesses do, of course, have a pre-existing relationship with Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Schwartz, our mitigation people. So.
Great. Okay. Very good. So that's a good plan. I think we all benefited by having that discussion. Let's aim for the 24th, and also it's good on our end too, because if that can't be done that way, I think there's no other way it would have been possible. I mean, if we can't pull it off by Zoom, it's not possible. All right, very good. And the attorneys, of course, have my Zoom number that I use all the time for that purpose. Very good. Thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess awaiting a verdict or a question.
Could I have a copy of the verdict form?
Let's see. I had a few copies. I'll print you out one, yeah. We'll go off the record.
All right. Well, that was an interesting exchange. Oh, we definitely don't want that. We'll do that. Interesting exchange. All right. Let's go through what we just heard. So the state rebuttal. So talk about common sense. Wife had a hand in this. Why would Deborah do that? If you're going to take out a pregnant woman, you would need a good reason. Maybe Deborah found out about the baby. Why would Jose lie to law enforcement then about impregnating Tania? Then let's get to Eric Alvarado. That was objected to, facts and evidence. So he comes back, rule out Eric because of him asking about the blood. That was a good point. Why would Eric ask, was there a lot of blood? If Eric did it, why would he ask Jose, was there a lot of blood? If this is legitimate, then why are they offering all these alternate theories? Good point. Because defense said maybe Deborah did it, maybe Eric did it, maybe this guy Mark did it, all these other people did it. So why, if Jose didn't do it, why are they, offering all these alternate theories? Oh, and then why not have the court interpreter interpret it in real time? Well, it doesn't come from me. The judge says the words of the attorneys are not evidence. So let's fall back on the evidence. Ask Rose, what is the difference between a translator and interpreter? Well, the translators read the documents and the interpreter is doing it in real time, right? Let's see, people make mistakes. He was talking about that with the inaccuracy of the certification. It was off by like a day. She had the wrong day, yeah. The ME made a slight mistake. Does that amount to reasonable doubt? Did the ME get the cause and manner of death wrong? Was she wrong when she said Tania died of a head injury or the 2 serious sharp force injuries? That was objective. There was like 4 objections, I think. Amy, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I got to move this up. There we go. Thank you, Amy, for joining us. Then the form is first degree, second degree, manslaughter, or not guilty. So, first degree, second degree, manslaughter, not guilty. So we took notes, we took a vote. How would you vote? Guilty, first degree, 93%. Not guilty, 4%. Guilty, second degree, 2%. And guilty manslaughter, 1%. So 4% of you thought not guilty, 93% thought guilty. Then we get into this whole thing with the defense has 7 to 9 people living in Connecticut, Bridgeport to be specific, and they're trying to get a hold of them. Apparently, they all live in public assisted housing. There's no access to laptops or computers. He said he visited them, and they're like children who are not plugged into the 21st century. There's a paraplegic child that they have to take care of as well. And this is all Jose's side of the family. They think that they'd get his dad here sooner from Puerto Rico than getting these people down from Connecticut. They don't know how to work an airline ticket. They don't know how to work a kiosk. They are disconnected. He said it might take until September 30th. Then Mr. Fuentes, who I think he said was a detective, he might be like the private investigator, kind of like Sam, kind of like Florida PI Sam. This would be, I guess, part of her list of things to do. And don't forget, Saturday, tomorrow, 8:15, join me, Florida PI Sam. We're going to be talking about Sunny Bell, so I'm really looking forward to that. I think we're going to answer all your questions. So if you guys have questions about Sunny Bell, tomorrow at 8:15 Eastern, 8 p.m., we're going to be talking with Florida PI Sam. All right, let's see. These people have little or no means. So the judge said, well, Wednesday the 24th is our goal. What's the need for all those additional days? He said, go up tomorrow, lasso them. He said, lasso them up, get them here early next week. Judge says, I can't play it by ear. We need a date. Cost isn't an issue. It's already been authorized. So they already have the money to do all this. So the defense says, well, can we give you a status on Monday? He says, we can always do a status. He says, I want to be fair. If it can't be done by Wednesday, then why would a later date work? The defense says, well, they've been on standby, so now it's D-Day, now it's go time. The state says, we've tried this before in June, it never materialized. And the judge says, well, it was asking them to do it on their own. So now Mr. Fuentes would go up there And he would basically corral all these people. Or, so the state wants to do a deposition on them too. The judge says, well, Zoom is easiest. Hey, buddy. Hi. Come on over. Oh, meow, 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 meow. All right. How you doing? Don't step on the keyboard. All right. Got little cheddar fetter. Yeah. Oh, it's a good boy. Good boy. So the defense says no adjustment to the present schedule. Okay, so as they understand it, so no adjustment to the present schedule if they can get them here in time. If not, then Zoom. So the judge said the easiest way to get this done is for you to help them and have them in one place. So it sounds like Detective Fuentes is going to go up probably Saturday, I guess, and just be prepared because they may have a verdict. Well, the judge also said it's been his experience that once that the jury will wait for food. They ordered their lunch and they're not going to have a verdict before lunch comes. So that's his experience, which I do believe is true. Psychosaurus Rex, there you are. Thank you for joining us. I hope all is okay with you. Little feta cheese and his baby Muse. Yes. JMS saying hi, Cheddar. Sharon says they have a good case, but not airtight. Slam dunk for me just because of the Eric thing. Don't know. And the recordings, I speak Spanish, didn't understand a thing. Sparkling Princess says I'd be waiting for that lunch for sure. And worked as an interpreter, so don't know. I mean, there's a case to be said that if you're trusting these interpreters, two interpreters, so you have to trust these interpreters to say that Jose was saying what they're saying that he said. Oh, Cheddar's making another drive-by. Little Fed, oh, boop, and he's off. He's hunting something. G. Stewie, he's gorgeous. Yes, he is cute. Joanne, unfortunately, you have to leave chat, but I will be lurking. Hopefully, I can rejoin this afternoon. All right. Enjoy. There is such a thing as free lunch, Brat says. Chick-fil-A is nasty. I think I can honestly say I've never had Chick-fil-A. Just like I've never set foot in a Walmart. Hellrider, this was a heartbreaking trial. I just want justice. Firefly says, this creep is lucky I'm not his wife. I'm Italian from Massachusetts. Known as a masshole. Nice. All right, let's see. Well, we know that they're not going to have a verdict until after lunch, which is 12:15. So I guess we have at least an hour. So I had how long will the jury take to deliberate? 44% say 0 to 2 hours, 46% say 2 to 4 hours, 7% say 4 to 6, and 3% say 6+ hours. I've never been in a Walmart. That is true. That I can remember. I've never been in a Walmart. Golden Girl. That is true. Sharon says they have to eat. Yes. Sharon, okay, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, the two interpreters were good. Also, just you don't know the last time I have to question everything. Don't know in the last time, yeah. Hell Rider is going to be jumping in and out. No worries. Kathy, I don't like pretend meat injected with juice. Yeah. Virtuous says, are we going to cover Naziah Harris case? Also, keeping up with the college student, Trey Reed, singer, his body was in his car. We have 3 trials that we're potentially going to cover. Shanna Gardner, Julio Fulio, or Alicia, and David Walsh all start like pretty much on the same day. So we're probably going to go with the Julio one because Florida PI Sam's going to be covering that one too. So, or we may do Shanna Gardner. I don't know. There's three big cases that are starting. Then you have Brian Walsh too. So we have those 3 cases starting October 20th. So, oof. The Zaya case is a big one. Yeah, there's as far as what's next up, I don't have anything next up. Like, well, this one I believe is going to go. Oh, hold on. We got Cheddar in the cables. Hold on. All right. Golden Girl, thank you. Thank you so much for your $1.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Will Brian Walsh get delayed? I don't know. Brian Walsh now has become 3rd on the totem pole. I'd rather do Shanna Gardner than Brian Walsh. I don't know anything about Brian Walsh. I know a lot about Shanna Gardner. So to me, Brian Walsh now is 3rd down on the list of cases, trials that we're going to cover. We may do a rewatch, but right now, if Shanna Gardner and Brian Walsh start on the same day, I'm going to go with Shanna Gardner. Yes, Karina Cooper. Yep. We have that scheduled. We're going to stream that over at the other computer. So, yep, don't forget about that, you guys. We're going to dual stream Karina Cooper. Her sentencing is in a couple hours. So we are going to pick that up on our other computer. Amy, will we have a kiddie lunch? Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. We could do a kiddie lunch. Matter of fact, let me break right now. I'll take a break right now. I'm going to put some music on, and we'll do kitty. We'll feed the kitties now. Kelly, hoping something outside of Florida, Arizona, or Idaho. Well, we have Carlos Dominguez in Northern California, so he's coming up in January. So we do have. Don't forget about Carlos Dominguez. When is the sentencing for Sonny? That is October 27th at 8:30 a.m. So sentencing for Sonny is October 27th. So we'll definitely stream that. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. I don't think you can deal with Julio. Well, Sam's going to be there. So Sam's going to be there. Sparkling Princess. Yes, lunchtime. All right, let's get to it. I would show, they're just showing, I can't show you what's being aired because it's just, so, all right, I'm going to, let's get Kitty Cam going. Let me get Kitty Cam going here. We got the verdict watch there. I got to move it down. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Something like this. All right, I'll kind of sort this out. Let's see, maybe over here. All right, so I'll feed them. Here, we'll go like this. All right. I'm going to feed the kitties, and you've been listening to drill rap? Yeah. All right, I'm going to get Kitty Cam going, and we'll be back. Let me get some. Oh, here's some music. You guys haven't heard the music yet. This is all from Aaron.
I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. You keep me up every night. You keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone.
said to Stupid, you look like you could use a friend. And Stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then Stupid said to Evil, how does this friendship work? And Evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So Stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And Evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Evil saw that Stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while Stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well ain't it nice to have fun around. Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit. And his friends were all in jail and he lost all of his rights. And the people were divided and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape.
by the laws above. Nature shows me, makes me taught. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see. Well, oh, the falls that kept me strong. Never did I mean no wrong. 'Cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Ain't looking. Ooh, ain't looking back. Ain't looking. Yeah, ain't looking back. Ain't looking. Ooh, ain't looking back. Oh, ain't looking back. Ooh, ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination, I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's
we think a verdict may have been reached. Let me just pull this up. We think a verdict may have been reached. So let's just, going to keep the clock going just for now. I'm going to keep it going for now. Let's just... Hold on, I'm going to try and find out. Yep. All right, they have a verdict. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. They have a verdict. Yep, I did. All right, verdict is in. Wow, so we'll have 12:17. So verdict is in. Verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached. My mic okay? Am I on? Am I on? All right. Hour and 12 minutes. Get some audio there. They didn't even have their lunch. They have a verdict already. Yeah, verdict is in. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get some water. All right, verdict is in. Verdict has been reached. We're just waiting for them to assemble. Not sure how long it'll take them. Maybe another 10 minutes. All right, I'm going to end our poll.
It's pretty slow, too.
All right, hold on a sec. Not sure why we don't have it here. Let's see. Okay, that was weird. All right, verdict is in. Verdict is in. All right, here we go. Bringing him back in. Allie B, no, I have not been to a Walmart yet. I have not been to a Walmart. Nor do I have any plans to go to a Walmart anytime soon. Let's see. All right, how long will the jury take today? 0 to 2 hours, 44%. 2 to 4 hours, 43%. 4 to 6 hours, 8%. 6 plus hours, 5%. All right, let's... Verdict is in. So what do you guys think? 93% of you thought guilty first degree. 4% said not guilty, 2% said guilty second degree, and 1% said guilty manslaughter. So we have a verdict. Verdict is in. That was mom. Yep, that was the mom. Allie B. Yep, that was mom. Melissa, did they even eat lunch yet? Scheduled to come at 1:30. It was scheduled to come at 1:30. So by my track, I have them deliberating for an hour and 12 minutes. Nan, you went to Walmart once, so you beat me. I don't think I've ever been to one. All right, why? All right, this is irritating me because. Okay. Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, just want to make sure we got the feed, which we do. All right, so they do go back to, okay. All right, so we're a little bit ahead of the other trial. Or the other source. So I just want to make sure. Let's see. So much for waiting for a free lunch. Yeah, maybe they didn't like Chick-fil-A. Brad, maybe they're like, yeah, you can keep your Chick-fil-A. I want to get out of here. They went in, took a poll, all said guilty. Shirley, yep. Cindy says, I read a guilty verdict on a 2010 trial only took after only 6 minutes. Yeah. The Doherty one, too, Lawrence Doherty, that was pretty quick. That was only like maybe an hour or so. That one was also pretty quick. Can they get their lunch to go? JMS, right? Joanne says the jury deserves their Chick-fil-A. C. Gilmore, yep, that was quick, hour and 12 minutes. Allie B, look at those babies play in the tree. Yes. Gina, you had a really good, right? Was it you that had the comment about the other the other chair looks like a mob, a cat mob, cat mob throne. That was a good comment. A mob cat throne. That one. I think that was attributed to you. Amanda says you voted correct. The bailiffs will get the jury's lunch. Awesome, Potamus. All right. So it's already been about 10 minutes since they've announced it. Nan says, the time I went to Walmart, I had to use the ladies' room. It was the first day open, and the toilet seat was already stolen. So we left. Yes, Shore Life, we have a verdict. Verdict has been reached. Verdict has been reached. Kathy, one we watched was 45 minutes. Wow. Itty bitty, I hope they got the paperwork right. Seemed pretty straightforward. As things go, it does seem pretty straightforward. Joanne, Jose being rehomed. The verdict did, or the jury form did seem pretty straightforward in my opinion, compared to some others. What was that? The one with Sonny Bell. That one was very convoluted. Sharon, yes, that was fast. Wow, for sure. Melissa, I thought the state had a pretty good case to work with. The defense, on the other hand, but the defense attorney gave it all her defending him. Yeah. Yep, she did. Clean and cut case, Sparkling says. Lori, wow, they didn't waste time. My kind of jury. Well, this will be it for this stream, and then we'll go over and we'll check out Karina Cooper. She starts at 3:30, I think, but we might go on a little early just to show like the verdict and some news and all that stuff. Allie, will they go and deliberate then again for DP? Yes, but not today. The earliest they're going to start seems like it's going to be Wednesday because Tuesday is Rosh Hashanah. They observe Rosh Hashanah in this court. So Tuesday is off. So the earliest they're going to, plus we found out that they have, he has family, 7 or 8, 9 family members up in Bridgeport, Connecticut. There's a paraplegic child that everybody's taking care of, and they're not computer savvy. They don't have access to computers. So it's going to take them a few days to get down here. Somehow they're going to have to figure out how to get them down here. So the earliest they would start would be Wednesday on the penalty phase. Brad says jury room is booked for the day. No reason they couldn't let the jurors eat and then leave if they wish. Yeah. Phyllis, I don't usually watch the verdict live, but I feel pretty good about this one. Sparkling, they have to put on a case for phase 2, which is also the penalty phase. And Sharon, also they have to deliberate. Yep, that is true. That is all true. Appeals gives the convict something to occupy their name. Appeal gives the convict something to occupy their mind. Awesome says, it is the Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah is the Jewish New Year. That's happening on the 23rd. Barry, that's where your concert on Tuesday was, Bridgeport. Somebody was saying it's like 31 minutes from New Haven. Can't they get flights out of New Haven? Why do they have to go to LaGuardia? I mean, that's a long... why do they have to go to LaGuardia if they can get flights out of New Haven? Okay, Bridgeton, Connecticut. All right, so it's Trumbull. Wow, that's really close to where Raoul is. I think they even went to Bridgeport. This is really close to where Raoul Valley is. Trumbull, that's where that all went down, and I think they even went to Bridgeport for beach. That's a small world, right? There's Milford. Yeah, this is all right in Raoul Valley's neck of the woods. If you guys watched Raoul, and he's got a new trial coming up, so we'll cover that. So there's New Haven. All right, so flights from New Haven, airplane flights. From New Haven to, where are they? Fort Pierce, Florida. New Haven, Connecticut to Fort Pierce, nonstop, $233. There's a flight. Why go to LaGuardia? That makes no sense. Why travel 3 hours? You can go from New Haven to Fort Pierce. 2 hours and 55 minutes nonstop, $233. You can get a connecting for $149. That's 4 hours and 33 minutes. Why would you go to, that sounds like a Mr. Fuentes. Why are you saying they have to go to LaGuardia? Okay, New Haven to Tampa, Tampa to Palm Beach to, wait a minute, hold on. All right, hold on, that's New Haven. Hold on. New Haven to Fort Pierce. I don't know. I don't understand why they have to go to LaGuardia. Cheap flights, New Haven to Fort Myers. Well, no, I don't want Fort Myers. That's on the West Coast. Flights from New Haven to Fort Myers. No, I want to go New Haven to Fort Pierce. New Haven to Fort Pierce, 4 hours and 33 minutes, one stop, $124 round trip. I don't understand why they'd have to go to LaGuardia, but I don't know. That seems a little excessive to go to LaGuardia, which is a 3-hour drive, but I don't know. Sherry, I think it was some sort of tactic that the defense used to stall, right? Lazy Boys says it might be a stretch, but you can also fly from Bradley. All right, where's Bradley? Let's see, where's Bradley? There's New Haven. Where's Bradley? I'm not familiar enough with. I don't see Bradley. What about Hartford? Well, how far is Hartford? Hartford for sure but that's, yeah, I would never travel to LaGuardia from New Haven. I would go up to Hartford, right? Do either New Haven or Hartford. Oh, Bradley is Hartford. Okay, yeah, right? So, I mean, yeah, I would do Hartford before I did LaGuardia. Hartford to Fort Pierce airplane flights. Hartford to Fort Pierce, multiple airlines, American, JetBlue. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely go from Hartford to Fort Pierce easily. Multiple airports go from Hartford to Fort Pierce. Southwest, JetBlue, Southwest, American. Yeah, I mean, multiple flights. They're not that expensive. 168. That's one stop. A nonstop's $372. That's JetBlue. Leave at 8:30 in the morning. Get down Fort Pierce at 11:30. All of these have one stop, so you have a layaway. But yeah, I don't know. Hartford to Melbourne. I thought they agreed to Zoom. They did only if, what was the contingency? Hold on. No adjustment to the present schedule if I can get them here in time. If not, then Zoom. So if the defense could get them here in time, which means Wednesday, then there's no problem. But if you can't get them here in time, then they would do Zoom. Yeah, here you go. They will do Zoom if they can't get everyone there by Tuesday. So Melissa, that's it. Barry, put them on Zoom and do penalty this afternoon. No, they're not going to get to the penalty, unfortunately, until next week. So with a quad person, they would need special travel. Yeah, but still, straight through flight would be best. Agreed. Bradley is in between Springfield and Hartford. Bradley's in between Springfield and Hartford. All right, Springfield. Bradley. I'm seeing Bristol, Waterbury. Am I coming from the south? There's Danbury, New Haven. Not seeing it. That's okay. Anyway, yeah, Hartford is way closer. Less traffic, Getting into LaGuardia would just be that's just, I don't know. That I would not do that. That would not be my suggestion. You also have Westchester too. Fly out of Westchester. Yeah, I mean, I would just avoid going, because you got to go. I would just avoid going into New York City altogether. I don't know. Anyway, that would be me. That's me. I wouldn't want to do that. Would not be something I would suggest. But I guess he has his reasons. Well, hi. What's up, Sid? How's my little girl? Yes, that's a good girl. Is the defense a public defender? That's a really good question. I wasn't sure. She has her own office. I'm not sure. I really don't know the answer to that. Look who I found at Walmart, a new door greeter. Hopefully the squeegee posted for you all. Oh, wait, what did you find? Oh, you're funny. You're funny, Richard. You're funny. All right, let me post that. Oh, Richard, what are we going to do with you? That is pretty funny, though. All right, hold on. Let me see if that goes through. Hold on. All right. Okay. While we're waiting here, hold on. Richard, that's funny. Hold on. There's a new Walmart greeter. Richard, what are we going to do with you? All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. This is pretty funny, you guys. Let's see. A new greeter at Walmart. Hold on. A new greeter at Walmart was found. There's a new greeter at Walmart. Yes, the verdict has come in, Kevin. Jury has reached a verdict. Bradley's a nice airport, easier to fly out of than LaGuardia. Please tell me it's what I'm thinking of. Well, is that what you were thinking of, Rex? So there's a new greeter at Walmart. Libby, new sub. Thank you. When is the verdict being read? Any minute. Any minute. Thank you for subscribing, Libby. Appreciate it. And his name is Christy. That's funny. It is, right? Hold on. Let me. Yep. Richard. What are we going to do with you? That gave me a chuckle. She
made it to the stove.
Oh,
without
no.
any assistance.
Oh, dear.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. Yes, Carlene, verdict is in. We're just waiting for them to read it. It came in around 12:15 now. Yeah, it's I think 12:17, 12:15-ish. We'll just say 12:15. It's easy to remember. Yeah, so almost a half an hour. We've been waiting for it to come in or be read. It's in. We're just waiting for them to all assemble. We're just waiting for them all to assemble. I don't know why it's taking them so long. Maybe they're letting the jury eat. Maybe they're letting the jury eat. Yeah, yep. Awesome. Yep. Awesome Potamus. Yep. Maybe Maybe they are actually letting the jury eat. Whatever you do, do not fly out of Newark. Do not fly out of Newark. Yep, I've done that flight a couple times. I've actually flown out of all of them up there. LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark. Yeah, I think they're finishing lunch. I could see that as a possible. Mary, funny greeter, laughed so hard, scared your Burmese. Funny. Melissa, we will never set foot, I'm guessing, in Newark ever again. I'll walk first. JMS, jury's finishing up Chick-fil-A lunch. Jerry's eating the waffle flies. Waffle fries. But they're eating maybe. That's what I'm kind of thinking of. While we wait, everybody test your like button to make sure it works. Thank you, Psychosaurus Rex. Shirley probably letting them eat first. Seems like it, right? Seems like it. Jenny, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sandy Southern, another channel said jurors start deliberating before eating, and maybe that means they're letting them eat. Yeah, I could see that. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Psychosaurus Rex, waffle fries, arguably the best format to consume a potato. Happy Hermit, report, verdict is in. I know. That's why we're waiting. That's why we're here and waiting. That's why we are here and waiting. I have one feed on here, and I'm keeping an eye on the other feed, but they both have the seal, so nothing spectacular. I just like Chicago's airport. I did a transfer through Chicago. That's all I did, was just a transfer, so it wasn't that traumatic. But Atlanta, it's huge. Yeah, huge. You've only been to 28 airports in the U.S., but I feel that's a decent amount to form an opinion. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. 28. That's a lot. Sure, Life. I put work on pause. I'm squirming because I need to get back. Don't forget, after this, you guys, we have Karina Cooper sentencing at about another 2.5 hours or so. 3:15. We're scheduled to start that, but we may, depending on when this ends, we may bump it up to like 3 o'clock, so we can kind of review what her verdict was and what her charges and all that stuff. Oh, Woke says airport planner by trade, 25 years, been to most every airport throughout New England and Florida. Nice. Brad, they might as well eat while everyone is being assembled. Might as well. Awesome Potamus, also Houston is a boring layover. I never flew through Houston. Never. Court TV says jurors are finishing lunch. Debbie says, yep, sounds about right. Sounds about right. What's wrong with Newark? It's big. I don't know. Are the gates far apart? I'm trying to remember what was so bad about it. LaGuardia. I know LaGuardia's changed, but LaGuardia used to be dirty, and I'm not casting dispersions on it because I know they did a lot of work in upgrading, but it used to be dirty and sketchy and just not very comfortable to hang out in. JMS, isn't O'Hare the busiest in the U.S.? Either that or Atlanta. Yeah, I think O'Hare would probably be. I could see O'Hare being the busiest, most busy, and or Atlanta. Brad, almost every time I connect through O'Hare, there's some weather-related delay. Austin's airport is awesome. Kathy says St. Louis is fine. St. Louis one is fine. Depends on the terminals. LAX, they've been renovating Delta terminals for about 8 years now. 8 years now, making a giant mess, but it used to be a good one. Lots of delays, very sketchy at Newark, JMS says. Didn't LaGuardia have like the record for most delays? Like they were like, their on time was like 2% or something, just ridiculous. Just because of the volume. It's just because of the volume. It has nothing to do with the pilots. It's just the volume. But I think I read that LaGuardia is like just notorious. And of course, you remember a couple of years ago, those people sat on the airport or on the tarmac for like 5 hours. Or I've certainly have done that. I'm sure you guys that have flown before have experienced that as well, where you just sit on the tarmac, you know, in the summer, 90 degree weather, 90 degree heat. You know, they don't have any water, and you're just sitting there dying, just sweating. Babies are crying and screaming, and it's just miserable for everybody. Lazy Boys, I think Logan and TF Green is okay too. I've flown. Have I done Logan? I don't know if I've ever flown out of Logan. I don't think I have. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think so. Melissa, everyone at Newark is rude and acts like they hate their job, and everybody that needs their services. The restrooms are atrocious. Terminals aren't in any organizational sense. Sketchy people around. Atlanta is the busiest. Yeah, it's either O'Hare or Atlanta. They're probably tied. Probably followed by LaGuardia and or JFK. You know. Oh, here we go.
Back on the record, all parties are present. Hold off the jury. I'm told the jury has reached a verdict. Before we receive the verdict, particularly in this case, it's imperative that whoever remains here in the courtroom while we receive the verdict remains stoic and does not express himself or herself with joy or sadness or whatever it is, because there's a potential that the case continues, and that would be improperly influencing the case going on. So if you're here, make sure you can contain yourself and do not react whatsoever when the verdict comes in. If you cannot control yourself at this time, please leave, and someone else will tell you what happened. Is everyone clear on that? All right. Let's bring in the jury and we'll receive the verdict. All right, Miss Bickley, are you the foreperson? Yes. Has the jury reached a verdict? Yes. If you please hand the verdict form to the bailiff, who will hand it to me for review before it's published. The verdict is in proper form. The defendant shall remain standing while the verdict is published through the clerk.
We, the jury, find Jose Soto-Escalera as to count 1, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of any of the above lesser offenses, you must next determine if any of the following has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check yes if proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check no if not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. During the commission of the offense, the defendant did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use any weapon. Yes. As for count 2, guilty of first-degree murder of an unborn child as charged in the indictment. So say we all. This 19th day of September 2025, foreperson Ariel
Bickley. Please be seated. I will poll the jury. Mr. Montecon, I believe your name is Montecon, right? Last name. Have Monte on the sheet here. Mr. Montecon, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Miss John, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Miss Ed, your Verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Ryan, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Sedaris, as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Booth, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Mr. Your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Ortiz, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Meeks, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Like your name pronounced, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Yes, Your Honor.
the verdict is accepted by the court at this time. And ladies and gentlemen, the procedure that we're going to follow at this time, given your verdict, is we're going to proceed to the second phase of this trial, which is called the penalty phase. We're going to do that on Wednesday of next week. Monday, the lawyers and I are going to be working on the case in court. Tuesday is a court holiday, so we will reconvene Wednesday, the 24th at 8:45 for that proceeding. This is very important, and I've instructed the alternates the same way. They will be reappearing on that day as well. It's very important to follow that rule that I've instructed you on from the beginning of the trial, which is in relation to this case is still pending. There are still issues for you to be involved with and consider, and you should only do that based upon the formal evidence in this trial and nothing else. So you remain under that rule that I've instructed you on previously, as far as not talking to anyone outside the jury, and obviously don't continue your deliberations on this case at this time. Even during the second phase of the trial, with regard to that proceeding, you are not allowed to talk to each other about what's going on then as the proceeding commences. You would be able to do that once you start to deliberate at that time. Avoid all media coverage of the case. Don't do any research. So the way I refer to that is keep your mental slate clean, so that it does not contain anything other than what we've discussed here on the case. With that, enjoy your weekend, enjoy your Monday and Tuesday off. On Wednesday, you'll report downstairs at 8:45 in the morning, and we'll proceed with the penalty phase of this case. Thank you for your continued service in this case, and the bailiffs will assist you at this time. They will take your notes so that you'll have them when you reconvene. And if they're in the jury room, they'll take possession of that too. So no one outside the jury will read your notes, but they will be there for you. At the end of the case, they will be destroyed. Thank you, and we'll see you on Wednesday. All right, the jury has exited the courtroom at this time. With regard to Wednesday, I've actually prepared some preliminary instructions for Wednesday's purposes, but it's going to need to have input from the lawyers. We could do that now or this afternoon, or we could do that on Monday. Really, it's your choosing. This way you can contemplate what could be in those instructions. The template I use is the standard instruction from the Florida Supreme Court, and obviously there are things to put in there as well. It's really mostly on the state side. It doesn't have entries for mitigators. It just explains the concept of mitigation, but it does have aggravators that the state's going to be relying on. And what's unique about this case is we have two sentences, so it would be broken up as to count one, the state's suggesting these aggravating factors or attempting to prove these, and as to count two, these. So that would be a matter. First, we really should start off with the state to see what they're going to be asking for.
Just so that I will likely be preparing a written list of mitigators, just so I can share it with the state and the court. It doesn't need to be included in any instructions, but
I appreciate
that.
that.
Will be prepared, I do think.
Okay. All right. And anything else you want to reconvene on Monday?
Make sure that all the exhibits come back, and then did you print multiple copies of instructions?
Yes.
Is there a master copy that we can make sure goes with the evidence so that we have one?
Just take one of them. They're all the same. So, yes.
Judge, one final thing. Just for housekeeping purposes, I wasn't sure if you had other matters being heard on Monday. Is it okay if we leave all our binders here?
As long as that's okay with the ballots. I don't. It's just this case. So.
I thought so.
Yeah. All right. So we'll see. Let's make sure we get all of the evidence back to the clerk.
Judge, did you want those instructions marked as part of the exhibit, or you just want me to put it in there?
Let's mark the court's instructions as court's exhibit. What is it? Three. Yeah. We'll mark them as court's exhibit 3. Okay. All right. So we'll be adjourned until Monday at 8:45, and we'll see you then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so that's pretty much it. Let me just go over. We're done with this guy. All right, I'm going to set up a redirect. I set up a redirect to go over to Karina Cooper. And I can change this now, because that's no longer verdict watch. That's straight up verdict, and he was found guilty. All right, so I set up a redirect to take us over to Karina Cooper, but I also want to remind you guys about Florida PI Sam. So please, please, please mark your calendars and join us if you have any desire to ask Florida PI Sam about the Sonny Bell case. She was part of the team that represented Andrew Thompson. So Saturday at 8:15 p.m. So here's the link for Florida PI Sam. I'm going to be on. I'm going to be asking her all the questions that we had during the trial. So this Saturday at 8 p.m., please, please, please mark your calendars and join us for that. So let me just move this up here. So if you're interested at all about having your questions answered, please join us Saturday, which is tomorrow, 8 p.m., Florida PI Sam. We're going to be talking about the Sonny Bell case. All right, I set up a redirect to go over to Karina Cooper. That starts, I'm going to change that to 3. We had it, I think, at 3:15. I want to change that to 3, and we'll fill the time by revisiting her trial. But so guilty. Count 1, which was Tania, guilty, first degree. Did he carry a weapon? Yes. Count 2, which was the unborn child, Josiah, guilty as well. So, and I counted like 3 male voices, and all the rest were female. So they had obviously a very heavy female jury. So whether or not that played into it, who knows? But. So they're going to come back Wednesday at 8:45. So Wednesday the 24th. So we're going to pick up on the penalty phase Wednesday the 24th. Itty bitty, I will have to watch late. My daughter's a cheerleader and I have to be at the game with her. No worries, no worries. Shore Life, I will be there, but will be lurking while I work. No problem. You can also meet PI Sam's cat, Henry. Yep, Henry is as well. Yep. Mary, PI Sam gave me already several responses to my questions. Awesome. Amanda, you will be there. Fantastic. Thank you. Joanne, see you later. And Joanne, Jedi Platypus. Yep. Time for the orange outfit. Jenny, see you later. Thank you for joining us. Orange is the new Jose. Will they stream Monday's hearing? Melissa, good question. That's a good question. Probably not. Probably not. I'm going to go with no. But if they do, we'll stream it, but I don't think they will. So that means next week, next Monday and Tuesday, we have to figure out something to do. Maybe we'll pick up on Courtney Clenny. We can continue our deep dive on Courtney Clenny or Shanna Gardner for sure, or Julio. I mean, there's so many things we can do. All right, Psychosaurus, be safe, make good choices. Peanuts, see you all soon. Dwayne says, I'm tired from shopping. Today's Sharon's day to pick date night. She has a picnic basket and wants to walk the river walk, then find some grass to eat, lunch, and watch the tankers and boats. That sounds really nice. I heard him say something on Monday. Yeah, they're going to get together Monday, but will it be streamed? I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, Kathy, you have to go play nice. See ya. Mallory, he took 2 lives. I know. All right, so redirect is set up for Karina Cooper. We're going to start that in 2 hours. So you guys have 2 hours to go eat and have whatever, get together with whoever you need to, go watch something else, whatever it is. But please join us back for Karina Cooper, her sentencing. Shay says, yeah, Courtney Clenny. Yeah, we still have a full day of Courtney Clenny deep dive, so we may do that. So, Kelly, was the verdict already? Yes, Kelly. Yes, you missed it all. Oh no, I thought you were with us. Yeah, hour and 12 minutes by our count. And across the board, only took him an hour and 12 minutes by our clock. There, hour and 12 minutes. And 10 seconds. So, guilty all the way across. So, yep, it was quick. Hour and 12 minutes. So, all right, Amy, thank you for joining us. Okay, redirect has been set up for Karina Cooper. She's going to be on in 2 hours. Please join us Saturday, tomorrow, for P.I. Sam. We're going to be recapping Sunny Bell's trial. Any kind of questions you have for her, go ahead and ask. She was on the team that represented Andrew Thompson. So I have questions while we were watching it. So I pulled some of those and comments. But if you guys have new ones that come up, please join us for that. All right, you guys. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you, Aaron, for doing all this stuff behind the scenes. And thank you to our mods. You guys are the best. So really appreciate you all. And we will see you guys. And we don't have to dual stream today. We can end this and we'll start over there at Karina Cooper. All right, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Oh, wait. Let me come over here. All right. Any kitties? You can see the kitties are always present, right? All right, guys. I'm going to end this stream, and I will see you over at Karina Cooper in a little bit. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us. Bye.